I now call this regular meeting of the Davenport Community School District Board of Directors to order. Would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Director Kleindrome, would you please read the mission and vision statements?
Mission statement. The Davenport Community School District is dedicated to growing excellence in academics, the arts, and athletics for every child by ensuring the highest quality education in an environment shaped by our diverse community, preparing our students to be lifelong learners and productive citizens. Vision statement. Education that challenges conventional thinking, prepares all students to compete in a global society, and inspires our students, parents, staff, and community to answer the question, what if?
Thank you. Director Gordon, would you please read the guiding principles?
Guiding principles. Opportunity. We provide abundant opportunities to empower students to reach their full potential academically, creatively, and socially. Collaboration. We foster an environment that allows students, families, and community stakeholders to come together for the betterment of our students' education and future. Transparency. We share relevant and important information with our students, families, and the community to maintain open and productive communication.
Thank you. Superintendent Schneckloff, would you please read the goals?
Tonight we'll be focusing on two goals, goal number 4 and goal number 5. Demonstrate progress in disproportionality. Recruitment and onboarding and retention of all employees, but especially minorities, will improve. And goal number 5, emphasis will be placed on student achievement.
Thank you. There are no recognitions tonight, so we'll move on to presentations. I will turn it over to the superintendent.
Tonight we have two presentations. The first one has been a Herculean lift by the two people sitting in front of you, Ali Vandermeid and Nikki DeFau. They have been working tirelessly and Mr. Flynn, been working tirelessly, thank you, Mr. Flynn, to get this up and off the ground. It's a consortium between our local area schools, which allowed us to receive this grant. I am extremely proud of this grant, and I think it's a pilot that could potentially be the direction that we move forward with helping some of our staffing issues in the district. So with that being said, I will turn it over to Ali and Nikki and John.
So like Mr. Schneckloff said, I'm Ali Vandermeid. My office was involved with this because I am responsible for registered apprenticeships within our district. And so this is a teacher and paraeducator registered apprenticeship. As the CTE people, we were kind of the only ones that really had experience with doing these before. And so we thought, okay, well, we kind of have some experience. Let's see if we can fill this in.
I'm Nikki DeFau, and I'm the grant manager for the school district. And it was early last year or this year that we met together with a group of local school districts to talk creatively about what we could do together to help advance teacher education in our region. And that's where we landed with this grant opportunity. So I look forward to letting you learn more about that.
I'm John Flynn. I've had the opportunity to watch, quite frankly, Nikki and Ali get this program off the ground. They've done a great job of coordinating a lot of resources, and they have managed multiple school districts in administering this grant. I think we're going to see dividends starting very soon and down the road because of this really grow your own type of initiative.
So we refer to this grant as the TPRA, which stands for Teacher and Paraeducator Registered Apprenticeship Grant. It's a pilot program from the state funded with state ESSER dollars and sponsored by Iowa Workforce Development. So within this grant, we actually have 3 government agencies trying to work together. So we have the Department of Education, who's obviously overseeing teacher and para licensure. We have Iowa Workforce Development, who oversees the actual grant fiscally, and then the Department of Labor is actually who oversees registered apprenticeships. So kind of the big lift of this whole program was to get all 3 of them to agree with each other, which was fun. but we did, so we have an endorsed program and everything. This grant takes a two-pronged approach to growing our own educators from our current workforce. So the people who are currently in this program are from our own buildings, and they were people who volunteered kind of as tribute to be a part of this pilot program. The two-pronged approach is students who are getting their AA degrees, and then students who are getting their BA or finishing up their teacher licensure requirements. We are a part of the Mississippi Valley School District Consortium. This includes Bettendorf, Clinton, us, Muscatine, North Scott, Pleasant Valley, and West Liberty. We entered into a consortium to pursue this grant. The reason why we entered into a consortium to pursue this grant was that you needed a minimum of 10 people in each pathway. So it would be a total of 20 people. We felt that while at Davenport we were fairly certain that we could fulfill that 10, the other school districts were not as certain. And so by entering into a consortium with us, they were able to onboard with this grant and provide this opportunity to their people that they might not have been able to. The consortium was awarded a 2-year, $3.7 million grant in June of 2022. We are considered the sponsoring district and the fiscal agent. So we kind of control a lot of the pieces of this, including all of the reporting. Like I said, we have 2 defined pathways. Pathway number 1 is our Teacher Aid 1 registered apprentices. So these are employees who are completing educational requirements to obtain a pre-education AA transfer degree while completing on-the-job learning in their home districts. Part of a registered apprenticeship is that there's 2 major pieces. You have what we call on-the-job learning, and then we also have your coursework, right? So they are earning their AA as their coursework, but then they also have to do this on-the-job training. Students in this pathway have to complete 2,000 hours of on-the-job training during this time. Helpfully, it's a 2-year program, and all employees get 1,080 hours per year during a normal school year. So they get to their 2,000 hours just doing their normal job. We were approved for 45 slots total as a consortium, and we were allotted 17. This was determined by high school enrollment. The second pathway is the K-12 teacher registered apprentices. These are employees who are completing educational requirements to obtain teacher licensure in a state-defined high-need endorsement area while completing on-the-job learning in their home districts. We were approved for 40 slots, and Davenport was allotted 16. Students are taking classes with our partner institutions that include Eastern Iowa, the RAPPL program through the University of Iowa, St. Ambrose University, Upper Iowa, Western Governors, and William Penn. The reason why we have so many different partner institutions is for a couple of reasons. One of them is to offer as many different types of learning as we could for our employees. Fully face-to-face, hybrid, and completely online were a priority to identify. We also wanted to make sure that we had all areas of high need endorsement covered as well. For example, physical education endorsement is actually pretty difficult to find somebody who offers that program. So we had to add another university so we could have our physical education teachers being trained. Teacher aid apprentices may receive up to $7,000 per year to cover the cost of tuition, books, and fees. So we get those bills here. It's not a reimbursement grant. The universities actually bill us, and then we process those. We process them here, and each employee may receive up to $7,000 in assistance. The K-12 teachers receive up to $17,000 per year to cover tuition, books, and fees. This is a calendar year, so students are encouraged to take classes during the summer as well, just to kind of spread out that course load. Participants, like I said before, are required to complete 2,000 hours of apprenticeship over 2 years. That means classroom-facing time. They have to be in a classroom in order to be completing that amount of time. Districts receive a wage reimbursement of $6 per hour per participant, so over the course of those 2,000 hours. The maximum per person allotment for Teacher Aid 1 is $40,500, and for K-12 teachers, the $47,000. So that's where the $3.7 million came from. Currently, we are in the middle of onboarding our second cohort of people. So how the selection process works is that current employees within the district submit an application that includes 4 things: FAFSA verification, a personal statement, a letter of recommendation, and any post-secondary transcripts that they might have. This application was sent out district-wide, so all of DCSD received access to this application. A team reviews the applications with a screening rubric. This screening rubric is the same across the entire consortium. The reason that we wanted to do this was to make sure that a future teacher from Davenport had just as much of a chance as a future teacher from Clinton. We conduct interviews with potential participants. There is also a terms and conditions that each apprentice must sign because the grant includes a mandatory 3-year service commitment to the home district or consortium upon program completion. Home district gets the first no. So if we have a job for them, they have to apply and interview for that job within their home district first. If the home district does not have a job for them, then they're released to the full consortium. We are lucky enough to have a couple of, 3 specifically, current program participants with us today. So if you guys want to come on up, if you're willing to say something. And I will have them introduce themselves.
Hi, my name is Emily Goldsberry, and I am in the program to obtain my degree in BD-LD-ID and Strat 1.
Hi, my name is Mimiana Hinkle, and I'm currently trying to get my degree to be a teacher librarian or an English teacher.
Hi, my name is Jamie Erskine, and I want to be an ID teacher.
So I'm going to ask you guys just a quick couple of questions. So the first question is, why did you decide to participate in this program?
I decided to participate because it's pretty impossible to have a job and go to school and student teach all at the same time. So I was able to get it all in one and still have my job.
For me, it was the affordability of it. I could never come up with just like $7,000 to drop on school while also going to work. So,
For me, I always knew I wanted to be a teacher. I graduated from this district, so I thought to myself, like, I'd love to teach in the district that I graduated from.
The next question I have for you then is, what is something that you found challenging over the last semester?
being able to balance doing all of my homework. In order to get my degree that I want, I'm trying to fit as much in as I possibly can. And so I ended up taking 20 credit hours. So now I'm trying to balance that and still participate fully in work and then home life also. And I'm doing it, but it's stressful.
I would like to reiterate that this is only a 2-year grant, and so people are trying to pack as much as they can in. Mimiana?
The most challenging thing for me has probably been trying to work with the teachers in my building because I work in the special ed department, and because of what I want to get my license in, I have to work with different types of teachers than I'm used to, so it's harder to get access to them when I'm always in the SPED department.
For me, the most challenging thing would be time management and being moved from one school to another.
And then the last question I just have for you is something good, something positive.
Something positive for me was when I started working for the district last year. I had come from working with elementary kids, like being a pre-K teacher, and I think starting this program, I was really set in stone, and I want to work with secondary kids, and I enjoy working with it, so it motivates me to want to finish the grant.
Mine would be I was pretty nervous for the first session of classes and doing it all, and I ended it with all A's, so I was pretty happy with that.
For me, it gives me like a purpose to, I have deadlines, I have to get them done. So it keeps me more structured. And I also got straight A's.
So this is the time we open it to questions.
Director Hayes.
Now, are these online classes or in person? I can only imagine how you felt. I took 9 hours at one time and I thought I was going to die. 20, unheard of. Superwoman. The second question I had, you said 2,000 hours. Is that 2,000 hours from the time they entered the program or the previous employment with the district count, or how does those?
Depends. So if a student is going to, we're going to call it jump tracks or graduate from one track to the other, we're allowed to back count hours. So if somebody graduates with their AA in a year and wants to jump to the BA track, we can count previous year's experience to complete that apprenticeship and send them to the next one.
Okay, my last question. You said you were into the second group of cohorts. Are they filled now, or you still trying to fill those slots?
The application closes tomorrow.
Okay. All right, thank you. Congratulations to all of you.
Your mic's still on. Director Beck.
First of all, thank you to you all for putting this together. And thank you to the three of you for sharing with us your experiences and also for participating in this program. So my question really is probably for you guys. So it's only a 2-year grant program. And I understand that this can help alleviate some staffing shortages. But if this is a successful program, which it appears it's going to be, how are we going to... Are we able to continue this? Are there grants we can apply for, organizations that would support something like this in the future?
We are actively looking for ways to sustain the program. We are aware of the fact that the federal government also has a Grow Your Own grant that it was released earlier this spring at the same time this grant was and had the same deadline. So we focused on this grant, knowing that in 2 years that next grant should become available again. We also know that the state is very interested in doing what they can to increase the number of teachers that are available for our students. And so I think they as well are looking at ways to sustain the program. So we're definitely thinking about that already. 2 years will be over in the blink of an eye. We're aware of that.
And then I had one other question. So I super appreciate the mandatory 3-year service in the home district. Not that I wouldn't expect everyone to come back to Davenport because we're the best, but how do you deal with that in terms of an apprenticeship? Like, do people have to pay back the grant money if they were to leave their home district, or?
So according to the terms of the grant, it's home district gets the first no, then consortium gets the second no, and then the state of Iowa gets the third no. If they leave the state of Iowa, we are under an obligation to then to pursue repayment of the grant.
Fingers crossed that that doesn't happen.
Director Poston.
So you said the deadline is tomorrow. So how many of the 17 slots are filled?
As of this morning, the 17 slots, we have 6 open AA slots and 4 open BA slots. So 6 open teacher aide and 4 open K-12 teacher.
So if those slots don't get filled, then can those be picked up by the other school districts?
We have decided as a consortium to stay with the number of slots that are in the school district for the spring semester. Slots that have been allotted are going to be more flexible in the summer if they have not been filled. So for summer cohort.
So if these slots don't all get filled, what would be your best guess on why they're not being filled? What's the drawback? Or maybe we could ask the ladies here, what would be a drawback from somebody not participating?
I think the challenge that we had this spring was the fact that the grant was awarded June 10th. And so our school year was over. And while we had let people know that this opportunity might come up, I mean, that's a big word, might. And so we then had to reach out to anybody who had expressed some interest prior to the end of the school year to encourage them. And then they had another 10 days to complete a FAFSA, which was part of the requirement to be considered for the program. So there were several hurdles that we faced this spring. This fall, we've definitely had a greater interest expressed and a lot of inquiries. I think, again, that it's just making sure that they would get all of those required pieces that Allie mentioned. So the FAFSA verification and the letter of reference, the transcripts, and their personal statement in on time. Obviously, we do have, we're not tyrants. We understand that things come up to where something might be a little late. In fact, somebody said they were waiting for their letter of recommendation, and we asked that an email be forwarded that it was forthcoming, rather than say, well, too bad, you missed the deadline. We're not going to do that. We want people to be successful.
I will also say that it's a really tight timeline. It's 2 years and you're working full time at the same time. So you're trying to pack a lot in, especially if you have any other life outside of work. And so, if we could, it would be my biggest ask to stretch it out. If we could have. We can't, obviously, under this current grant, but I do know that there's been several people who've just been like, I can't do full-time school and full-time work. I have kids. I have other things.
Yeah. Thank you.
Director Kleindrum.
When you say like 17 in the program, is that 17 each cohort group or 17 for the whole year of the summer, fall, spring?
17 total at a time.
Okay, and how many do you have signed up for the fall now?
So we have 6 left, so 11.
Okay, which is
And that's for
pretty good.
That's for the total life of the grant, not each year. So we had 17 slots for the 2-year grant for the AA track, and we had 16 slots for the course of 2 years for the BA track. So that's the number that we have to work with. But as Director Postian said, there is some fluidity with slots that may not be filled by other districts or savings. Not every student is consuming their full amount of tuition required because of that FAFSA, and the expected family contribution sometimes allows other grants to come into play for them, and so they might only be spending $7,000 of that $17,000, which gives us a pool that we can. The most important thing is that we have to spend that money down by June of 2024. That's when it has to be spent. We can prepay that fall semester in order to extend another year or another semester of education for our participants, but we do have to have it spent down by that time.
And then when you're putting in your hours, do they have to be in, you said you're in a special ed room, but you need your hours in, do the special ed hours count, or how does that work? And if you're not in that area working, how do you get those hours in?
Apprenticeship hours count, but they do have field experience, practicum hours that they do need to be in the area of their endorsement. So we're actively working with principals to make sure that schedules work out that happens.
Director Potts, did you have any questions? I forgot to mention earlier that Director Potts is participating remotely tonight.
No, I do not have any questions. I just would like to compliment the people in putting this together. It fulfills a very serious need that we have.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you all for the presentation. Thank you for you three for stepping up. It sounds like a great program, and I look forward to see what the efforts are and the turnout that we get for it. So thank you all very, very much for giving all your time to this. Again, thank you all. And she waits till I ask for the last call and raises her hand. All right, Director Beck.
I was just going to ask if it would be possible for us to have a follow-up with you three when all this is said and done.
Yes.
I'll ask Allie and she can reach out to you as because it'd be nice to know how things went once you guys are completely done. 20 hours and working.
I was going to ask that for the follow-up, but she cut in on me. So thank you all again very much. Great presentation, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Our second presentation tonight, we are in the middle of math textbook adoption, and we have a team of people here tonight, led by Mike Wells and Bonnie Isse. We have some dedication in our district of our employees and our students and our families that are working right now through the textbook adoption cycle. And for Davenport schools, we haven't participated in a textbook adoption cycle in a while, which is something that we will be doing a considerable amount of here in the upcoming futures, as it's incredibly important to put the right tools in our teachers' hands and the right learning experiences for our students. I will have to say that this process that we're underway is a very rigorous process, and it ensures that we are doing things the right way. So I'll turn it over to Program Director Bonnie Isse.
Good evening. We want to thank you for allowing us this opportunity to be here tonight and just share that brief overview of our HMH math field test, and also a little bit about our journey so far with HMH in our district. In front of you, you do have a copy of our curriculum adoption flowchart, which I know you had a chance to review in your board memos. We will be referencing this throughout our presentation. This is a chance to kind of showcase the curriculum adoption process and how it's embedded within our math field test. I do want to introduce, we do have a fantastic team behind us that we will be able to hear from later during our panel and question and answer opportunities. So we have Mandy Bowman, if you guys want to stand, I know, or raise your hand. I know. Mandy Bowman, principal at Fillmore, and she brought with her two teachers, Amanda Christensen and Jamie Schnarr, as well as her math innovator, Lori Kimmel. We also have our Truman innovator, Stacy Jancy, and our Eisenhower innovator, Amy Lyon, as well as our Walcott innovator, Catherine Hale. So we really want to thank them for being here, and I know you'll want to hear from them later. So we'll call them up. We'll switch out. Next, Mike and I are thrilled to get to introduce two of our main collaborative partners with HMH that have just been instrumental in our adoption process. We have Dave Van Gorp, who is our HMH account executive, and we also have Tricia Schmill, who is our HMH manager of curriculum and content, and we're going to hear a lot from her later as well. So I just wanted to start with our agenda and talk a little bit about that curriculum adoption process and just diving into the creation of our handbook, which we really used as a guide through this first round. As TJ mentioned, we're going to be embarking on many upcoming curriculum adoptions, and math was our first round where we wanted to really make sure we had that viable process that's outlined in that handbook. Then we'll move to Tricia, who will focus on all the components of HMH, especially focusing on how it supports all learners within our MTSS system. After Tricia, Mike and I will do a little bit more updates on what's that look like so far here in Davenport with implementation, talking about our professional development journey with our teachers, the mini math visits we've been able to do, as well as some data conversations around implementation. We'll also talk a little bit about how this has been cascaded throughout of information and gathering feedback along the way, and then finally wrap up with the field test member panel. So when we think about the curriculum adoption process and that cadence, we just wanted to highlight a few things. We started our journey in collaboration with the Mississippi Bend area AEA and our learning and results team to develop a curriculum handbook. And again, this was really to ensure that we had that viable process when embarking on curriculum adoptions moving forward. And so then we applied that process to math for our first adoption for the 22-23 school year. Math was determined as our contract was expiring with our previous provider. Along with ESSER funds, we're allowed to explore new curriculums that would help us fill those learning gaps and holes caused by the pandemic. So we start kind of with that phase one, and that's where we developed our math team. This consisted of over 22 teachers, innovators, AA supports, district supports, and principals. Together, we came together using data and research. We were able to narrow that down to 3 potential curriculums. We had Houghton, Mifflin, Hawkor, HMH, that's what we're going to refer to it moving forward, HMH, Savvis, and Illustrative Math. There we used an evaluation rubric that helped us ensure that all those critical components needed were evident within those curriculum products. Our team that conducted that gave HMH the highest marks, showing the strongest evidence, which became the clear choice for Davenport moving forward, which is why we define it as a field test. So a good opportunity to kind of clarify the difference. In a pilot, a district might choose multiple resources to be implementing simultaneously where the decision hadn't been made yet. Where a pilot, we implement one. With that end goal of how do we have the most successful full-scale implementation in the future. And we work really closely with those field test implementation building teachers and principals for feedback along the way and next steps. So then we would move into that next phase, phase 3. We collaborated with our cabinet members and we're able to determine which buildings would be our field test buildings. Each of those buildings committed to field test expectations and insurances to really make sure we would have the most successful implementation. We created a district scope and sequence that aligned to HMH materials and our schedule, knowing that we'd be able to receive that feedback along the way from our teams for any adjustments that needed to be made. So now I'm excited to hand it over to Tricia, who's going to talk us through HMH and all the components.
Thank you for having us here tonight. It's truly been a pleasure working here every time. It has been my second home, I think, throughout this school year. It's very evident that people really are student-centered as we work here. So we are sharing with you 3 different resources that are all really very integrated from HMH, with the idea of how do we meet the needs of all of those learners that you have here in your district. And oops, I'm going to just get a little better control with this mouse. Here we go. So when we think about those kids that are in your district, we know they're coming to you in all shapes and sizes, all different emotions about math and different skill sets, right? So our mission at HMH is really to identify how we can best meet the needs of each student and show growth for those students, regardless of where they come to us. And we do this in several different ways, but the key part of it is using data to drive decisions that teachers make and making this data easy to access but then also giving them resources. If I have data that demonstrates information, what do I do with it? So it's all available on one digital platform that's easy to use for students and for teachers. It begins with an adaptive benchmark assessment that we call growth measure. And this growth measure only takes about 40 minutes for students to complete, and it assesses where they are. So when we look at this as a teacher, I get lots of different reports. I can see their grade level equivalency. I can see a scaled score by their grade level. Also, as the year progresses, so the pilot students took that test in the fall, they'll take it again in January. So some tests always compare students to national norms. The growth measure gives us a quantile score so we can see that student's growth. So whether a student comes to me at grade level or above grade level, I still want them to grow. And so that growth measure allows us to do that. It gives teachers a really good baseline to begin their instruction at the beginning of the year. And as we progress through, I'll show you ways that we keep tying back into that growth measure. This chart shows the bell curve for the students in the pilot that took this assessment. So the numbers are very tiny, and hopefully you can see them a little better on your screens. But everywhere students fall on a bell curve. The blue on the far end here would be students that at the start of the year were beginning above grade level. Green would be students at grade level. That yellow is approaching grade level. The orange area would be students that are 1 to 2 years behind, and that red area are those students that are significantly behind, so two years or more. And although it's difficult to see here, if you look, once we get to those upper elementary grades, like grades 4 through 8, the percentages in red are higher, which is not unusual given what school has been like the past 2 years. And similarly, as you look in the blue, it's more narrow there. And the areas of concern, if a student continues to be behind, they're never going to get to that point, right, of grade level. So we want to make sure that we are still giving them grade level content, but meeting those needs of unfinished learning. The other thing that and I will say this firmly for myself, while those numbers tell a story, each of those numbers is really connected to a student. And so our goal is to make sure that we are providing every student with the just right resources at the just right time. And we begin that with our core curriculum, which is Into Math. So this is what students are experiencing every day in the math classroom. I mentioned earlier we've got lots of data points. One of them is at the beginning of every module, so this is new content we're going to be introducing to students. Teachers begin by having students take an Are You Ready assessment. That assesses prerequisite skills. So this is a 4th grade example, and we're assessing to see if they understand equal shares, fractions of a whole, and equivalent fractions. Students can take this assignment on paper, and they can also enter it online. And so if I enter it online as a teacher, I get a really nice report. And so when I look at this, the green would be students that demonstrate understanding of those prerequisites. That's great. But if I also look, I see I've got, hard to read here, but like 10 that are in the red, and I think 2 or 3 in that orange. So that means some of those prerequisites are missing skill sets for students. So the green is good. I know those students are ready to go. What do I do with those other ones? And so here is what I think is the difference maker. It's easy to identify gaps. What do I do about that? So for every module, we identify where that prior learning took place. And teachers at every grade level always have access to 2 grade levels below and above. But we also then say, here's how you could intervene. So you've got access to reteach activities from that prior grade level. And we also have Tier 2 and Tier 3 activities. And those come in the form of a learn the math and a do the math activity. So ideally, teachers in small groups are doing the learn the math activity with students, and then do the math would be an independent practice. Each of those components also have a matching interactive digital piece. So students in the digital piece get feedback as they submit their answers. So now teachers, we've identified where that unfinished learning is, and we've given teachers a tool to help meet those needs. When we think about that bell curve, those are our students in that yellow or orange. Just a little bit behind, they've got some pockets of unfinished learning. And for teachers, we're giving them a tool to meet that right away. As we get into the content in a math class, we're always following the same lesson design. And the first two icons that you see here, warm-up options and spark your learning, are activities to engage students in prior knowledge. So for kids, it's activating that prior learning, and for teachers, it acts as a formative assessment. Who has this? Who needs support? We then spend time learning together with rich tasks. We pause to check understanding. We give teachers differentiation options. And then lastly, we wrap up. We've got a way to close the lesson. Along the way, each of these are rich tasks. And it's probably difficult to see, but in Spark Your Learning, we're activating prior knowledge. Kids are really working, making sense on their own any way they choose. As we bridge into Learn Together, we're being very purposeful about helping students to make connections to prior learning. And we do this with rich tasks. We are setting students up for good discourse with one another. How are they making sense of this math? Comparing the way that they do this with others. That's a different way of teaching for a lot of people. It's certainly different than the way that I learned math. So we have embedded support for teachers in lots of places, but every lesson begins with 3 different pages to support teachers. So for each lesson, we identify what is the math standard that we're focused on. At the bottom, you'll see where it says Unpacking Math Standards. It's in very teacher-friendly language. Not every teacher was a math major when in their undergrad work. We also identify what are students doing in this lesson, what was the prior learning, how does it get extended? That warm-up option is there to activate prior knowledge. And then you'll also notice a page for differentiation, because different students are going to approach these tasks differently. I mentioned before, the tasks are very rich, and the expectation is for students to be doing a lot of the talking in math class. Again, that's very different for than what teachers are used to. So we have different components in place to support that. Different language routines and talk moves that we provide professional learning cards for online. There are some digital courses that teachers can go through for support. But in their teacher's edition, you'll see whenever we want kids engaged in discussion, we're referring back to those professional learning pieces. So teachers, if they're looking in their teacher's edition, they have the support they need to engage students in helping to make sense of this math. We pause every lesson to check for understanding. Again, that's only good information if I've got a resource for it. So that differentiation page, you might notice, has options for students that are on track, students that are almost there, and students that are ready for more. Every single lesson from kindergarten through 8th grade has 3 different small group activity options. Teachers have a tabletop flip chart that has one side that's student-facing for the activity, and then this back side that has information about how do I engage students in this. This is an alternate activity for students that are almost there. So rather than doing another example slower and louder, we're presenting the math differently. And if the teacher is working with students in that small group, we need some options for other activities. So that might be independent activity. It might be doing games with partners. It might be doing some STEM projects with partners. Every lesson has on-level practice, reteaching practice, challenge practice, and everything that you see in print can be assigned in a digital interactive format as well, where students are getting feedback as they go. There are math on the spot tutorial videos and fluency games to engage students. In the classroom, that's lots of what we call tier 1 support for students that are almost there or that need to be stretched. We recognize some students have lots of pieces of unfinished learning. So one of our ways that we meet that is with Waggle. And so Waggle is an adaptive personalized practice piece that's generated or housed on that same digital platform. That growth measure that we gave at the beginning of the school year gives students a grade level equivalency, and then Waggle will use that to auto-assign content that's just right for that student. The student that's on level, the student that needs extensions, or the student that's behind 1 or 2 grade levels. Teachers can auto-assign, that's the default at the beginning of the year. They have the flexibility to say, I want an activity on Waggle that completely aligns with this lesson, and the auto-assign will be paused, and then they'll do that. We ask that students use that 20 minutes a day, 3 times a week, so 60 minutes a week. And when students do that, we see gains. They are very engaged and motivated. There are tutorial videos at the beginning. There's a gradual release model that follows along with what they're doing. Those components that I mentioned right within that core curriculum and also with Waggle really hit those students on this part of the curve from the orange all the way to the blue, right? But we recognize on the far left, we have some students that are really significantly behind. And for those students, we offer another choice called Math 180. And that would be for students that we have the option of having them in a grade level class as well as a support class period during the day. Math 180 is an intensive intervention program for students that are 2 or more years behind. We identify the just right pieces of curriculum that they're missing, where their unfinished learning takes place. So when we look at this, some students, it really fell apart earlier in their elementary years with those key concepts, and then some students, math starts to fall apart in middle school content. So again, that growth measure helps us identify what's the right placement for each student in Math 180. So we have 6 choices, and that growth measure helps us to identify where is the piece that that student needs support with. Once we have that, then in that intervention class, we provide a very rich resource for teachers that begins with a whole class do now activity, intensive small group activities for 20 minutes, and then a personalized software for 20 minutes. And that software adapts to those students as they're going. Different students are going to move through that at different paces depending on where they are. And the Brain Arcade provides fluency practice in a fun, engaging way for students to build and maintain fluency. All of those pieces, as I mentioned, are connected and really driven by that same data housing unit. So on that digital platform, we have growth measure, lets us know where to place students for Waggle and Math 180, also houses all of the resources within the core content so that each of those students that we think about along that continuum are getting that just right support. And they're each growing. Oh, you know what? I'm just realizing now I can't have you hear from other Into Math users because this is not going to link. We can share a video.
We have real ones here.
We've got real ones here. We'll listen to them. We believe at HMH together's better. Having all of these resources housed on one place is better, but also working together with you is better. As I mentioned, it's really been a privilege to be here. My focus has been on Into Math, but we've had other people from HMH supporting in Waggle and supporting in Math 180, and we're really a team and happy to be part of the Davenport team. And I think that's probably the perfect time to pass it back over to Bonnie.
Yeah, so now Bonnie and I are going to talk about where we've been in our journey so far with HMH this school year and kind of outline where we're at. So it started in the beginning in August when we started talking about professional development, and we were able to work with our HMH team, and Tricia was able to provide 5 different learning opportunities for different groups of teams. So as you can see, we had our pre-K, that was an hour and a half. We had our K3 group, that's for 3 hours. We had our 3-6, for 3 hours. 7-8 group is for 3 hours. And then also we also had an individualized tier 3 group for those teachers that are embarking in the Math 180 program as well. So all those different groups got there, get to know you, get to know Math or HMH, and it was jam-packed full of all those resources that you just got to hear about from that part of it. And so it was a great opportunity for everybody to kind of to dig in, to get their users to get into HMH Ed and play. And it gave us a great opportunity to start saying, what do we need to know going forward to start school the next couple of days. Between there and October, we've had plenty of online opportunities to work with HMH. We've had multiple meetings where we work with Tricia for myself, we work with Tricia with the innovators, we work with Tricia with the teachers. So it's been great support throughout there. And then knowing through some of the information you can hear about through the math observations, we got some really great just-in-time training that provided training during our October 24th professional development. So we had a follow-up professional development to expand our resource catalog inside of HMH and expand what we're using inside the classroom to really continue to support our students. And I think it was just in time. It was fantastic. We got teacher support. We got teacher input on what they thought would be the best use of their time. And so we had an additional 3-hour training for our junior high team on October 24th. And the elementary teachers were allowed to have or choose to join virtually in 3 different sessions based on their responses on information. So we've been really thankful for our building teams to really provide that time for us to train. Each building was willing to give up a building PD time during the beginning of the year, which is very sacred. And we really appreciate that because it was instrumental in the beginning of our professional development journey.
So following professional development, we wanted to get into the classrooms and see that into math tier 1 instruction. So we welcomed Tricia in September for some math visits that focused on our 3 field test elementary buildings. There we supported each grade level CTT, provided quick PD based on their needs and next steps. We visited classrooms and watched implementation, but best of all was getting to observe Tricia actually teaching 3 model lessons to grades 1st, 3rd, and 6th with our kids and our teachers watching. We welcomed her back again in October with that focus at junior high. Again, supporting those CTTs, those math CTTs, visiting classrooms where we observed now that core into math instruction, gathered feedback and next steps, like Mike mentioned, to determine the needs for that professional development, and then worked with our building leadership teams for next steps.
Following those visits, we were able to invite another member of HMH, Waggle Charlie, they call him, Charlie Krause, who is the senior product manager of Waggle. He's been really responsive and super helpful when he's not here, but then when he was here, he was very engaged and very eager to get into classrooms and work with kids. So when he was here, we pushed him into all of our elementaries. He was able to jump into majority of the classrooms for their tier 2 time to talk about how is Waggle going, what kind of issues are we seeing, and then be very responsive on saying what are the next steps on those issues. It was so well received that we actually just got done hosting Waggle Charlie again last week. He was here to join for our junior high to kind of the first steps in implementation and also to do some follow-up for our elementary team. So Charlie engages with our students. He actually is getting feedback on what we like about the program, what we don't like about the program to make some updates and iterations to come. Has been super responsive and we're seeing the changes already happening based on some of our feedback from our teachers and our students. So it's been really, really exciting to see that tier 2 component being so engaging and responsive.
Then we wanted just to continue with those visits as we observed the Tier 3 Math 180 program. So we hosted Tammy Ladingo. Tammy is the Director of Intervention Solutions for HMH and was a fantastic resource to have. In Davenport, we welcomed her to Jackson and Williams, which are 2 buildings who are field testing Math 180 Tier 3 program. With small groups. So Tammy and the Davenport team observed Math 180 intervention instruction happening at both levels. We provided feedback on next steps and just how to scale that program to support even more students. We were invited to Instructional Cabinet, where Tammy got to talk further about the Math 180 program, which was just a great learning experience for everyone, and exciting next steps for Davenport.
And then enter in Chris Peterson, the Director of Academic Planning, who was able to really support us in our data chats. And so we know that we're really super focused on the data that we can see. And as you heard, that HMH houses all that data inside of a single spot. So it's really exciting to see all that data and how it correlates to our students. And so Chris actually started Halloween off with us and was able to meet with each individual elementary principal team to discuss their individual data and talk about really was a great useful time to say, how can we find data? What's the best way to find data? And what's our data showing us right now for our students? And then in the afternoon, Chris was able to provide some training around what's the data look like from that 10,000 foot view for our instructional cabinet. So really talked about what kind of data we're seeing, how that growth measure shows that bell curve that we're talking about, what are some next steps, and really kind of put a little breadcrumb out there for us for next time when we give that growth measurement data and see what we can see for our growth and what we can expect. So it was really helpful. And we actually just finished up our junior high teams. We're able to meet with Chris virtually today to discuss their data individually and talk about next steps and get some learning about the program as well. So super focused on data and really excited to see what the next steps will look like after that growth measurement.
So we know that in Davenport, we're really committed to cascading that information. And we've worked really hard to ensure that multiple stakeholders have had the opportunity to hear about HMH and our field test in Davenport. We've had 3 opportunities with Instructional Cabinet to present. So back at the beginning of the year, Tricia and Dave presented just a brief overview to Cabinet. Again, Tammy Ladinko came and presented on Math 180, as well as Chris Peterson did those data chats with that broad overview of all of our pilot buildings with our data. We've been invited to all the principal meetings to get to talk with them about what's going on in the timeline and hear from our practitioners in the field. TJ's been great working with you guys and providing those board memos along the way. There's been 4 of them we've done so far, all the way from starting with what is our curriculum adoption process to the visits in our buildings. We know that teachers are definitely the most valuable source of that feedback, and we have had a number of opportunities to get that critical feedback from them. From being involved in those visits with HMH, as well as ourselves sitting on grade level CTTs and survey opportunities, just to continually gather that feedback every step along the way, has been very valuable. We've been able to present at DSAT and gather some feedback, and now we are here with you guys tonight. So thank you again. At this time, we do want to invite up our panel members so that you can have any question and answer, and they can maybe give some testimonials to the field test so far. So we are going to flip. What? Yes.
We're going to do introductions. We just decided. It just happened. So I'm Catherine Hale. I'm the K-8 innovator at Walcott. We are only implementing the 7-8 math program right now. So our other junior high innovator wasn't able to be here tonight.
My name's Amy Lyon. I'm the innovator at Eisenhower. So we're doing the K-6 part of the HMH.
Hi, I'm Stacy Jancy. I am the K-6 math innovator at Truman Elementary for the Into Math and Waggle, so that's the Tier 1 and Tier 2, and then at Jackson Elementary for the Tier 3 Math 180.
Hi, I'm Lori Kimmel. I am the math innovator for Fillmore for Tier 1 and Tier 2, and at Williams for Tier 3.
Hi, I'm Mandy Bowman. I'm the principal at Fillmore, and we are implementing the Into Math as well as the Waggle for Tier 2.
Hi, I'm Jamie Snar. I teach 5th grade at Fillmore Elementary.
And I'm Amanda Christensen, and I teach 3rd grade at Fillmore.
Does anyone want to go first before Director Beck? She always chimes. Director Karen Klein-Jerome, go for it.
I do have lots of questions. This seems to be a lot of online. So when we don't have access online, what is the backup? Because I felt the frustration when teachers said, I can't teach this because you've pushed us all online and we have nothing. So a week and a half of nothing would be problematic.
So one thing we actually really have been doing a lot of at the 7th and 8th grade is having them fill it out in their workbook, because every student has a physical workbook. And then when they're done with the workbook activity and collaborating with their team or talking with them, they'll enter what they did on the computer. That then gives us those data points that she talked about, where you can then do the differentiation and look at where do they need to go? Are they ready for an extension? Are they ready for a review? Do they need more learning? But by entering it in the computer. So a lot of times we're actually doing it on their workbook pages first, and then the computer is the secondary step. It also lets them really work out that problem on paper and pencil first. Waggle, when it's down, and that was a bit of a struggle at various times. But that's just always going to be the case. That would be true with any program we have. Like right now we use ST Math at the elementary, and if the internet was down, we'd have that down too. So.
We were going to say too, as the teachers, we did have those many days without the internet. And one thing that was positive about this program is there is the Blackline Masters for everything. So you can make copies and do that. And that was valuable because that wasn't learning lost as much.
That's great. 8th grade, I saw that 133 students are more than 2 behind. I don't know how you can possibly be in a regular math class if you're more than 2 levels behind. So how do we address this? I mean, giving them 2 math classes, this one is not valuable if you don't have these basics. How do you bring them up?
Can I jump in on that? What research does tell us is students do still need exposure to that grade level content, but only with also a double dose in that intervention. And so if we can identify exactly what the right place is, like where math stopped making sense for them, and provide that support, it along with that grade level content, they actually make gains, and up to 2 years gains if that intervention program is being used with fidelity.
I guess I can speak to that a little bit. About a month ago, I was given a different job of going to Williams and getting in touch with my junior high side and helping with the Tier 3. And we've just finished our first block. When I first went in, I thought, I don't know, this seems awfully elementary coming from the elementary school, but it has worked very, very well. We have identified kiddos that are 3 years below grade level, and they were between 2 blocks of learning, and so we put them in the fractions series. And we've just finished our first of the 3 blocks. We graded the test together, the teacher and I'm the coach, and we had 85%. So all of the kids were proficient with that learning. They had a party today. The principal, Eric Johnson, came in and talked to them about the importance of fractions and where we use it in construction and in cooking and in real life. And they were glowing. They were happy, and we're ready to jump into the next block. So I appreciate that the program was put together respectfully enough that 7th graders were not embarrassed to be learning this way about fractions. They use hands-on material. There is an excellent anchor video that ties it into real life. This one happened to be about being a chef and how important it is that you know all of your fractions for doubling, tripling, being able to feed 200 people. So I was really pleased with the program and how it is working. There is a learning curve, so I appreciate that we have access to training, but I was very proud of them. 85% is no small thing. So we're ready to start with Block 2.
Wow, that's great. In the old series, tests became double-digit multiplication. Process, a point, and answer, a point. Well, that's not differentiating if I have to follow your process. If I know how to double-digit without this process, I shouldn't be penalized. So is that being addressed? I don't believe there's one right answer to get to math. Have we eliminated that?
You can see the puzzled looks because we can't answer that solidly as a yes at this time. They do teach multiple strategies and gives opportunities for students to be engaged and learn multiple strategies. And then they're tested on which one they use for mastery. I don't think that at this, like these two teach it every day. I can see the puzzled looks on their face. I think we're still exploring that at this time.
I'm going to interject. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Just because I'm Nicole Schmidt, I'm the SAM, but former math coach, and so I have had my hands in the pot a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that there are some grade levels where it does seem to force certain strategies. So that's getting to what I know you're getting at, Karen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
However, and that it's hard to address that with a curriculum. So some of the testing questions will ask them to use a specific strategy, but we as PLC teams and working with our CTTs, we've looked at that. Lori's done an excellent job with our teachers looking at what those questions are, also mapping it back to the standard and seeing where we can match the standard to the questions so we can align it all.
But it's still a learning, like we're putting it all together.
It's all being put together, but I don't think we're ever going to be officially away from that. However, the work that's being done by our support staff and with our teachers is on the right path. Does that make sense?
As long as we're not penalizing kids for not following a process. And that's what the old system did. I think that is it for me.
Thank you, Director Beck.
First of all, I love the fact that all of this is in one place, because for the last few years we've been hearing about, well, we use this for this part and we use this for tier 3 interventions and we use this for our core instruction, and having it all in one place I think is very valuable. So I also appreciate the fact that you guys are using paper and having the students enter it, because I know there's a lot of research that shows that reading on paper and also the ability to kind of use those motor skills, it helps make those connections, and students learn better than just doing it online in many cases. So my question then is, other than the fact that we have paper, we have everything in one place, what, I guess probably in the innovator's opinion and the teacher's opinion, makes this the product that we need right now? Like, what makes this the best option for us right now?
So what I think makes this product the product that we need is the instructional routines that it offers and the talk moves that it offers for the teachers. Because I think I've said, I can't even tell you how many times I've said in the last couple months, if we teach using HMH the same way we taught before, we're going to get the same results. So it's about changing our instruction, and HMH offers some really good supports for getting your students talking. So we kind of are at my building saying more student talk, less teacher talk, get the students engaged in the thinking and the discourse. And sometimes it's a hard sell because we like to keep our classrooms in control. And when the students are doing all of the talking, it doesn't feel as controlled. I know at my building, the principal, the administrator I said to her, what can we do to encourage that? So we've started a little thing where they have just a visual on their whiteboard, the teacher does, so that they remember, okay, before I call on someone, I'm going to ask the students to talk to each other, and then I'm going to call on them to tell me what somebody else said, that kind of thing. So I think the instructional routines and the math routines are really important in this program.
And I was going to agree with that and say also I'm going to say the rigor, because it's just very apparent that our math is a struggle, and we are struggling in math. And so it's hard. It's been, a great learning curve, but to see like they've got to have something that pushes them harder. And that is hard. It's really hard when you're working with students who have holes and have, a difficult time, but what we are doing wasn't working as well as something that we needed. So we have seen some success in that too.
I would say also like the common language between all the programs, that they're hearing it one way when I'm teaching whole group, then when they go to do their independent work, they're hearing the same language. Then when they're doing their WAGL program, it's all connected together.
Well, and kind of piggybacking on that, because it's all in one program, when I have a 8th grader or 7th grader struggling with something, I can go back to that same section from the previous year. I can pull up a 5th grade activity sheet to give to my 7th graders that will help reteach that little bit. So having it all in one program and all in one place, we have the physical teacher manual for the grade we're teaching, but I've assigned some of the fluency games from the 5th and 6th grade program to my 8th graders who still don't have the fast facts that they need for those easy routines. So being able to go back to those other grades and previous levels to really hit on those skills.
I would also say that it has to do with the inquiry model. So I came from science, and the power in science is that kids construct their own understanding, and they find the answer and it is theirs. So this is inquiry math. So this math is taught like science is taught. And so they discover and they learn from each other. I think they enjoy it a little more.
I would say too that the CTT process being left time for teachers to go over materials, time for teachers to plan, time for teachers to look at the plethora of the items that are available is key. Our CTTs have been modified so that we are allowed that time to plan and learn and ask questions. And how are you teaching this versus how are you teaching this? What does that inquiry model look like in your classroom? Allowing that time, I think, is key to getting our teachers to be able to learn the components themselves to then lead students in learning.
I'm sorry, my cold keeps coming back week after week. So those are all awesome things, and thank you for sharing. It sounds like this relies a lot on sort of the think, pair, share model, where the students are doing the work, but they're not being asked to do it out loud in front of the whole class. So they have some time to process on their own, which I think I really appreciate. Are there strategies incorporated to kind of draw out those students who really are reticent about working with other people, even when it's pair time or discussion time? That's the one thing I always worry about when we have activities that do require students to talk to each other, that there's always those few, probably a good third of the students who just do not want to speak out loud for whatever reason. And we don't want to force them to do something they're very uncomfortable with. So how do we handle that with this?
I can have these two jump in. At Fillmore, we use a lot of our CLR strategies. And those are embedded with how to have kids engage in discussion. So it's generally already part of our day-to-day routines in our classrooms. So we don't as much see that as a trouble part within our building, because it's kind of built within our culture and climate. And I think that would be the case across many schools, elementary-wise. We also have explored number talks as a district for multiple years, and the discussion protocols are built into number talks. So it's just kind of transitioning what we know into a new thing. Yeah.
And a really quick example of that, today we had one and we did it, and I just said, if you're born between January and June, you're going to answer this one. If you were July to December, your end is like just doing their birth month, like suddenly everyone was doing it, and somebody who maybe wouldn't try, there's a lot of different opportunities for them to. And I would say what we're seeing now compared to the first of the year has changed. The first of the year, it was very quiet. Everyone kind of sat and was like, I don't know what to say. Like, we've never talked in math before, and now we're supposed to talk. And then what we're seeing now in the classrooms is a lot more just because they have to learn it too. We're learning it, they're learning it. There's a lot of learning.
More kids are taking risks.
Yeah.
They're feeling more comfortable with it to talk in front of others.
So
A feature of the program that I didn't mention, every unit launches with two different components. One is connected to different careers in math, but the other piece is, we call it a learning mindset. And so we've taken Carol Dweck's research on growth mindset, and each unit focuses on a different skill, like might be perseverance, it might be strategic help seeking, it might be resilience, and it's presented in an age appropriate. So like our kindergarten teachers will say it looks very different than our middle school teachers. So we launched the unit with that, but then in their lessons, it comes back and there are reflection pieces on that. So it's really part of that, you know, growing as a person and recognizing good problem solvers have developed good habits. And so she just mentioned taking risk. Yeah, we try to have that built in. And I love hearing that at the beginning of the year it was quiet. And when teachers can trust and use some of those language routines and talk moves, and actually all of those components, including that mindset, we see students realizing talking about math helps me to make sense of math and I become better at it.
I think also doing this field test is giving us the opportunity to encourage our teachers to do that, because when you were talking, I was thinking, well, that's the art of teaching, right? The teacher being able to get the students to do that. And is it the program? They offer a lot of supports for the teacher and guidance in that, but it's the art of the teacher, right?
So I have one other question. As people who are using this product, do you find that the examples and the language are appropriately diverse to match our students and their experiences? And are they seeing examples that look like them, sound like them, not, just one possibility?
So one good example of that, I would say yes, solidly. And one good example of that is in the Waggle, they get to create their own avatar. So they are creating themselves generally, and then they see that as part of their day-to-day routines. You guys want to, yeah.
And I like how in this program, all of the story problems and everything are based on real things. Yeah. So I like that the story problems are real, so you can talk about it. And granted, some of the things they haven't had experiences in, but it's still all different world experiences, from problems about music class to making bracelets to everything in between. So there's something for everybody to relate to. And I really like that part. It feels more realistic.
Yeah. In third grade, we're finding that the kids are making connections to the story problems, which makes them want to solve them faster. They're more engaged with the story problems, so they're very relatable to them.
Director Hayes.
No, when the 95% rolled out, Bonnie, you were so kind to take us around and see that in action. I would love to see a classroom where this is being taught.
Director Gordon.
You've all talked a lot about the highlights of this. Have you encountered any challenges or any bumps in the road that may need to be acknowledged in order to make this even better than it already is?
So everyone's aware, but technology has been a gigantic hurdle in this undertaking. But I respectfully think that Bonnie and Mike have worked solidly with HMH, and HMH has some solutions that they share, and they are very willing to work with us and hear our frustration as well as some of our LIS goals and needs.
And I would say one of the real challenges is, we already mentioned, but the rigor. So it's very, very high level thinking. And then too, it's also very language heavy. Mm-hmm. So if you have struggling readers and struggling, that is a very challenging piece of it that we're learning to navigate around with that. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say that's a thing that our especially K1, 2 teachers have concerns about. There's a lot of text. However, coming from the math perspective, I appreciate that they're putting it in context for the students. It's not just number problems. And I will add that HMH has been very welcoming to our feedback and acting on it. I know when Waggle Charlie was here, we had some students that were kind of stuck in a loop in Waggle, and he went back to wherever his office is, and within a couple days it was back up and running. And even other little tweaks, we'll say, Trisha, that our first grade teachers are concerned because when they fill out this thing online, it's too small, or there's not enough space, and they're taking that information back and making some changes. We've seen some changes, which has been appreciated.
Yeah, I would say we've definitely experienced the higher level of reading involved in math this year and writing involved in math this year, which does put it in context and give those kids more of a challenge. But we are seeing a lot more challenges with maybe they didn't need a math test read to them before because they're a struggling reader, but they've been more proficient or capable in math. Well, now that math has so much language in it, we're having to make adjustments or accommodations to make sure that those students can be successful in that aspect of things. Another challenge is because it's all new content, especially our 8th graders have been a little lost at times because in 6th grade and 7th grade, they learned the things to ground them with the 8th grade. Well, we didn't have the program those last 2 years. So they're like, we don't know what we're talking about. Why are we jumping into 3-step equations? Like, well, because you missed level 1 and 2 back there. So going back to the old materials helped us, or the previous years. And that's a solution that will solve itself as we use it district-wide. Theoretically, will solve itself because they'll be grounded in those previous things. I'm also loving what Lori's shared about Math 180 and really excited for that idea. I will say right now, I think Williams is one of the only buildings that has a boost at the junior high level for reading or math in terms of that staffing, having enough teachers to teach that tier 3. We have all the elementaries have a reading interventionist, but they don't necessarily have a math interventionist at every elementary. We don't necessarily have a reading or math interventionist at the junior high levels to support that. So using this program sounds awesome, but making sure that we're futuristically looking at those needs.
I would also say at the junior high level, I'm also able to work with a special ed teacher, 7th and 8th grade, and they are able to go through the program successfully. And that is pretty amazing to see.
Director Potts, did you have any questions?
Yes. Is there going to be an ongoing annual expense for workbooks? And if so, do we have an estimate on what that might be?
First of all, thank you. My name is Dave. I'm the account executive, live in Pella, and Davenport is one of my districts. And so the cost analysis that has been provided to Mike and Bonnie and then ultimately to the ESSER committee was an 8-year subscription for Into Math, Waggle, and Math 180. And so there would not be any annual costs incurred because those materials come on an 8-year subscription. They're replaced each and every year at no additional cost. Your total subscriptions, for example, in Into Math, there's a grand quantity of K-8, and then the district has the ability to adjust their enrollment numbers up and down depending on their specific needs, as long as they don't go over the, quote, contracted quantity. If you have the problem that you would love to have, and that's growing enrollment, then of course that can be addressed with after the first year, you would buy a 7-year subscription, for example, or districts can do 1-year subscriptions at a time if they don't feel that's going to be an ongoing enrollment bump. The Waggle the Waggle subscription is an 8-year subscription, as well as the Math 180 online subscription. One caveat to that answer is the Math 180 also has a print component. If you remember, Tricia spoke about the 6 different blocks based on the various skill sets. Those intensive intervention materials are available in print as well, so they can work with the identified individual in a small group setting. that is an annual cost because your needs change each and every year of how many kids need fractions, how many kids need ratios, those kinds of things.
Okay. Another question I would have is in the junior high and intermediate, does this program fit into the current time footprint we allot for math?
No, it does not. We are adjusting and making it work, but in terms of the elementary has 60 minutes of math, 75-ish of math with number talks, and then another 30 for tier 2. Our class periods are 45 minutes to an hour, depending on which building you're in, exactly what bell schedule. It's really just not enough time to get through all the content. Every lesson is designed for 2 days of approximately an hour each, and then adding on the waggle time on top of that. So we've actually been using our advisory time to get our waggle time into the day, which has worked well to be able to see the growth from those students, but just there's only so many minutes in the day, and that has been a big struggle with pacing and trying to make sure all our classes are in the same place. There's just not enough time for it right now.
So in my experience, this is not the first time that we've been presented with a math curriculum that was adopted that didn't fit into the time allotment that we had. Now, if we're going to change time allotments, that's a significant and serious problem in the secondary schools. It has staffing implications. It would appear to me that there's also potential additional staffing implications in the intermediates to provide the math resource person or interventionist to do the, for lack of a better term, the remediation sections. Is that not correct? And maybe the superintendent needs to answer that.
Obviously, when we are looking at these curriculums, we would need to take all the staffing implications into consideration. In terms of the adjustments to the junior high schedules that you're running into, I will ask Mr. Wells and Mrs. Acey to kind of talk about that.
So I think that Catherine probably summarized it the best with how they're being flexible and really working the best that they can within the parameters. I know that this team is eager to work with the building, restructuring and looking at potential junior high scheduling guidelines and all those things, and are eager to be part of that team so we can make sure that we're doing this curriculum with fidelity and not having to crunch it all in. So we're just eager to be part of that, those conversations moving forward.
And some of these things will come smoother as our teachers learn the material better and get additional training. When we first implemented Unbound Ed at the 5 through 8 language arts, it also didn't fit. It's still sometimes a challenge, but we've made adjustments to our schedules and how many pieces we add or include. So,
Director Potts, I will take that question to our cabinet meeting, and we will begin working on what that looks like moving forward. Great question. Thank you.
Because there's only so many hours in the class in the school day, and everybody wants their piece of time.
Great point, Director Potts. We will begin to put that into our implementation plan.
Director Poston.
Just a question for HMH. How many school districts have you field tested in, and how many have actually approved your program and taken on your program?
I honestly don't have that data. Do you?
So we have an adoption list that I would be happy to share with Mike and Bonnie. I will say, due to COVID, we are experiencing both an uptick in K-12 districts that are looking currently at K-12 math materials and K-12 ELA materials. As we know, many districts put those decisions on hold because they kind of had some other more pressing issues like what in the world do we do during COVID? And so because of that, Our copyright is a 2021 copyright of Into Math. Prior program was replaced with a brand new, built from the ground up, research-based program called Into Math. And so because of those two things, one, the newness of the program, and two, the lack of numbers of districts that have called for math adoptions, our list is not as extensive as I think it will be in, say, 18 months because of districts this school year as well as next school year that will be looking at math. But I will be happy to provide that information to Mike and Bonnie that they can share, as well as some other large districts in kind of the surrounding states that have adopted Into Math and those references as well.
Did you just say that this particular program was developed in 2021?
The first iteration was in 2020.
So to market in 2020. So it had started being developed pre-pandemic. It takes years to develop a program. So this was going to market right when the pandemic was hitting. So most places wisely delayed making a decision about changing their math curriculum. So I can tell you, as a math content specialist, I have been so busy since last spring because places that delayed are doing the same thing that you're doing now and looking. So it's a newer program for HMH, really looking at what research tells us. That's why we have those learning mindset pieces involved. That's why we have the language acquisition pieces involved and really rich tasks. So yes, it's new to market 2020. I can't tell you exactly when they began work on it, but my guess would be 8 to 10 years previous.
So would you have any data that shows on, like, in a particular district where, okay, they've and I understand what you're saying, that this is fairly new, but they've implemented the program and there's data to show, you know, the improvements that the students made over time?
We have an efficacy study that I think Mike and Bonnie have access to. And then, you know, current users have to release sharing of their district, just like you would have to release sharing of your data from Davenport. But we can work with Mike and Bonnie on making sure that you have access to that information.
So Bonnie, have you had any contact then with other districts? When you first looked at HMH's program, did you go to other school districts and say, hey, you know, what do you think about this program? What have you done from a student achievement standpoint?
So I think one of the biggest ones was DeWitt. I mean, I know they're a smaller district, but when we were at our curriculum CSIN meetings where we get with all of our area districts, curriculum directors, their associate superintendent was very excited to talk with us about their journey with Into Math and HMH. They're in year 2, so still very new with implementation, but she's probably who I had the most contact with. We're trying to arrange visits for our teachers. They're very eager to get up there and see that. Dave's given me a couple other leads to check. I forget, Indianapolis? No, Milwaukee. There we go. So still working on that. With our timeline, we've worked really hard this first semester at just supporting our field test buildings, knowing that second semester, as we're looking at this rollout for everyone, what else can we do as far as that timeline and smoothing this a smooth rollout and making sure that we're doing some of those things that you're talking about. That was absolutely on our list.
So what is our commitment going forward? Okay, the field testing is being done. Now, are we committed 100% that we will adopt this program, or are we going to wait until the results from the field test are back?
So part of that process with that, if you remember, I talked about that rubric where we looked at all of the evidence from the multiple programs. That was obviously the best choice for Davenport from looking at that. That team of teachers and leaders really reviewed that heavily and extensively to make sure that we hit all those critical components, which is why we landed on a field test, knowing that our end goal is to implement this next year, pre-K 8, throughout the district. And so TJ came over and snuck in over here by us, but just knowing that we'll be coming in front of the board shortly with a proposal and cost estimate for how we can move that forward to then really focus second semester on that smooth transition with everyone else.
Director Beck.
One last question. And I think this came up when Director Gordon asked a question, totally kind of off that topic. Assuming that we do move forward with this, do we have a plan in place for those struggling readers who otherwise would be proficient in math, but maybe don't have the reading skills necessary for the text-heavy? Or is there a part of this product that has more support for struggling readers, particularly at the early levels?
So I can speak to part of that reading part. Much like we have different language routines, one of them is a 3-read strategy that we begin early on with students every time there's a problem. And I know the field teachers that have been doing this have been incorporating that strategy with their students. So in a 3-read strategy, the first time that I read the problem, I'm just looking for what is this problem about. The second time that we read it, we identify the quantities. And then the third time, what are math questions we could ask? And so by using that routine continuously in class, students begin to internalize that routine. There are also some other language routines like compare and contrast and information gap that the teachers are beginning to layer in. So we do have some of those strategies built in. Becomes a catch-22 if we're always providing support for students and reading it to them, then do they ever get to the point that they can read and solve that problem? So it's a delicate balance. So part of that is developing those good strategies that we're modeling and using when we have the support of peers and teachers in the room. And the goal would be that students begin to adapt those. So that's one tier of that. We also, in different online components, have a read to me feature for students. So it's kind of twofold. And I think the third layer of that would be the professional development that is also part of the whole cost proposal that Dave has put together. So I've been very involved with the pilot teachers this year. Our goal would be to continue some spring professional development with all teachers, some of the strategies that they could be using with their current program to get them in the habit of that. And then we have different PD outlined in year 1 than we have in year 2 than we have in year 3. So working with some of your innovators to come up with ways to support teachers as they're supporting those students while still having that goal of students becoming good readers in context as well. That's a long-winded answer, but I hope that helped.
And I will say that has probably been the most exciting part for me participating in the field study. Is it has really given us a little bit of a dry run sample of what are the things that we need to do as we consider rolling out to the entire district next year. We've learned a lot. I think the district has learned a lot. We have certainly learned a lot. There are some things that we will push reset on just because of some things that we have learned. We've also been able to identify some specific things that aren't necessarily Davenport specific, but are going to be key in beefing up professional development for both the teachers, the innovators, potentially the families, the parents, because math is going to look a little bit different, as well as the innovators, things of that nature. And I would reiterate that year 1 will not look like year 2, because to me, the investment of the solution is step 1. The investment of the ongoing growth of implementing that solution with fidelity is another key component. As a former building principal, it's so great to make the initial investment and then get to have an ongoing conversation about the return on the investment. Because that is where you know you are changing kids' lives. When you move them from being non-proficient to proficient, and when you move them from proficient to above proficient, that changes trajectories for kids. And that is exactly why I'm in the business. And so we are so thrilled to potentially be partnering with Davenport Schools.
Director Kleindrum.
And this may be a Courtney question or a Bonnie question. We usually get a presentation on the fall math scores, the winter math scores, the spring math scores, but it's just by district. Is there any way to pull out these schools that have piloted the program so that we see as a group, here's where they were in the fall, here's where they were in this winter, here's where they are in the spring, so that we can look and see, you know, did this make a difference versus our other buildings?
I think that's a request we could, you know, definitely accommodate how we pull and sort that data. We could look at it both views. I also, Mike whispered in my ear, the growth measure. You know, it's definitely a great way to capitalize the growth that our students are making from fall to winter on those grade level standards. And so we'll be happy to share that back after our January growth measure to kind of see that just that growth within our pilot buildings.
Director Potts, did you have any other questions?
Not at this time.
Okay. I guess I get to go now. First, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for utilizing the 3 C's. Really appreciate that. TJ's starting to really cascade that out. So, one of the things I liked as a parent, I liked the fact that you could see where your kid's at and the supports are there to get them where they need to be. I am a Fillmore parent. I've been a Fillmore parent for like 11 years. You guys got my last one in kindergarten, and when that one's done, we're done. But it was really nice to see when my wife went to the parent-teacher conferences for our kindergartners, you know, letters and spelling. Hey, these are the words you need to work on. And then when I see this presentation, it's like, all right, well, this is where your kiddo's at. This is the things that you need to help your kid at home too, right? Because we can't put everything on the teachers too. We have to do things at home. I mean, I understand people are busy and things like that, but we have to help our part too. And I like the fact that there are supports built into the program, and you can utilize like the 180 or the wiggle. I think it was waggle. I was thinking of the wiggle. Sorry. But I like the fact that it already has the supports built in. I'd be very interested to see how, and Ms. Kimmel, I think you talked about that, how the improvement is on the kiddos. And I don't think that would be a huge ask. From your presentation, I know when Director Klein-Jerome had asked that question, I remember seeing your chart with the red, and so I'm assuming that would be a fairly easy thing. Because, I mean, we go over data and we talk about what are you going to do next. Well, now you've pretty much showed us that here's a program and the supports are built into it. I'm pretty impressed with that, and I'm glad that you brought staff to actually talk to us about it. That's a huge thing for us to hear from the people in the field doing it. And especially, you know, you didn't sugarcoat anything. You let us know what your issues were and things like that, right? We like that. So as far as going forward to my board members, what questions or information do you need? Because I imagine you'd bring this to us in December or something, wanting us to vote on this, December, January, or something like that? December. What other information do you all need to be able to make a decision on this? Director Beck.
I'd like to see it written down that it's an 8-year subscription with workbooks included for Into Math, a separate subscription for this, a separate subscription for that, so we know that the cost is going to be the same from year to year. Or if it is going to increase, I want to know what, if it's a one-time cost, great.
It is a one-time cost if you do the 8-year subscription, for example. The other thing is because of the nature of funding, Mike and Bonnie had initially asked for me to provide the costs for the core into math program as well, and then on a separate cost proposal, the WAGGLE, and then on a separate cost proposal, the Math 180. And so that is the way the costs have currently been provided to them. The one piece that that we still need to work through is the multi-year professional development plan. Okay, so because we didn't know at the time when we created those, we didn't know what our needs were. We still don't know exactly because that's a moving target, but we have learned a ton.
I'm not the negotiator, so we'll bring you guys to the table.
Hang 1 second. And you're going to throw a proposal together. I imagine if you bundle everything, you get a different cost rate too. I'm sure another board member is going to ask that question, but I wanted to get on that. Director Poston.
No, my question is, okay, how did we settle on 8 years? I mean, what's magical about 8 years? And what if something new and improved comes along before that 8 years is up? How do we handle something like that?
So one of the great things about it is that as they're continuing to make any adjustments, or if new versions were to come out, that's included in our cost. So let's say in 3 years from now, they come out with a new component, we get that. So that was a really big important piece in working with HMH. Usually curriculum adoption cycles are anywhere from 7 to 8 years at an elementary level. We went with 8, just knowing that specific piece, that as any new products would be coming or a new copyright would come out, maybe in 4 or 5 years, that would be included.
So with the change, would that be an additional cost, or would that be included in the subscription?
I think they need to hear you say that.
So the ED platform, which all 3 programs, is a living, breathing platform. And so as iterations and improvements are made, those are automatically pushed out to teachers and students. And so your costs would be a fixed cost that you're paying for upfront for the duration of the adoption. So the only thing that would change that, for full transparency, the only thing that would change is if your enrollment goes up, and then those consumable pieces of Math 180, where you are identifying after the growth measure each and every year which kiddos need which gaps filled from an intensive intervention standpoint.
We love being able to give that.
Any other questions or information the board would like? Director Potts?
Yes, one, I would like to have specific information on the footprint it's going to have in the intermediates. And second, I'd like to know, are we still going to be able to, in the intermediates, be able to accelerate kids in math and still offer algebra for 8th graders?
I can answer that second question right now. They do have the path to have an accelerated math class as well. And so we could still follow that same trajectory that we have right now that can get kids to algebra in 8th grade.
Good question, Bruce.
Good answer.
Student board members, do you all got any questions back there? Hold on, he's running back. Hold on. Wait a minute, you're wearing Iowa State. Never mind, you can take off.
Wow, that was comprehensive. I even heard, I don't remember your name, but I think you mentioned ST Math. I'm very glad that's still being used, because I used that back when I was in 5th grade, and hey, someone remembers me. Thank you, both and you. And I'm impressed, quite frankly. I think the curriculum we had back when I was in elementary school was quite good, and this is really, really thorough. I'm obviously not an educator. I couldn't pull out the semantics if I wanted to, but you guys seem impressed. I'm impressed. If you could go back and talk to first through fifth grade me, I would probably still rather be home sleeping, but I I think I'd definitely be engaged. So this, yeah, I like this.
So as a mathematician and hopeful math major myself, I'm super excited about this potential curriculum adoption. And I know that this is for, the elementary school and middle school level, but I think this will create a even greater math high school setting, and that's really exciting to me. I had the privilege of serving as a teacher assistant for our AP Calc class at North, and we have about a dozen kids in there working their butts off every day in a class that seats 20-25. And so I think something like this can really boost that love for math and maybe fill up those desks and have more kids in AP Calc and AP Math classes. So I really appreciate what you guys are doing.
You don't want to be left out, do you? Okay. All right. All right. I wanted to make sure. Any other questions? Again, thank you all very, very much for taking out time on your Monday. We appreciate that, especially after working all day, like the rest of us. TJ is going to keep us here for a while longer. Thank you all very much. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we will be back.
Check.
All right, we are back. We're going to move on to student board reports. I'll turn it over to you all. You can start at whichever end you want.
All right, so over on the north side in our arts department, we have High School Musical Junior coming up. It'll be performed at North High School in the Performing Arts Center there. Dates are December 15th, 16th, and 17th. We'll update at next board meeting with times as well. It's very exciting, and everyone's invited, so you should be there. Also, we had our Newsies camp this past week, and I was actually there. This was my first experience with the theater, and it was a lot of fun, and I think it was an overall success. We're also getting our esports up and running. We've got a variety of games that students will be performing in, so that's pretty exciting. And then also the Student Hunger Drive has ended. Last week was our last week participating in the Student Hunger Drive. The Riverbend Food Bank did amazing this year, breaking last year's record for an all-time high of 817,000 meals, I believe. Yeah, we really pulled through this year. So North specifically was able to contribute, North as well as our feeder schools, Wood Intermediate, and then Harrison, Fillmore, Buchanan, and Truman Elementaries. We were all able together to contribute roughly 9,000 pounds of food, which is about 20,000 meals. So huge round of applause for all of the students and the families that contributed to that. So thank you.
All right, and for Central, we kind of have a lot. We had a lot going on this weekend. So first, our Blue Illusion dance team competed this weekend, and they had 5 solos placed top 10 for their grade level. And then our JV hip hop also got second, and the varsity kick got first. And then our Student Hunger Drive, the student council with our student body help and our feeder schools, we brought in over 22,000 pounds of food this year, which was 1,000 more than last year, and we were also able to donate enough food and money for 57,000 meals this year, which was almost double than last year. And then also our student blood drive is scheduled for the first week of December, and then our Thespian Festival happened this weekend as well. So Davenport Central's troop 2951 had another successful state festival and presented their play Steal the Magnolias in the studio showcase and was selected to represent Iowa at the International Thespian Festival in June. And then we also had some solo winners. Emily Owen won first place along with Croy Baker, who won second place in the solo musical category, and 6 students also received superior ratings and have been invited to compete at the International Thespian Festival. And then finally, our girls swimming state was this weekend, and Central finished 5th overall, which was amazing. I don't think we've done that well in a very long time. Our state champion, Hannah Cousins, won the 100 back and second place in the 100 butterfly. And then Isabel Heller won 3rd place in the 100 breast. And then our 200 medley relay with Hannah Cousins, Isabel Heller, Gabby Hansen, and Simone Green won 3rd place. And then the 200 free relay with Hannah Cousins, Isabel Heller, Lauren Valeroy, and Simone Green won 2nd place. Along with that, it was Coach Brian Hellers had a record number of Central swimmers qualify for state for swimming this year, which was 11, which is the most that we've taken in years. And it was his first year for a state champion in the 100 back. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, student board members. We appreciate it. Board reports. Are there any board reports? I have one. Would anyone like to volunteer to serve as our delegate to the IASB convention? Director Potts is unable to attend. If no one can, I can do it. It's just, I wanted to throw it out to anybody else. Brenda, I'm doing it. It's going to be a busy day. All right, any other board reports? Oh, Director Beck.
Sorry, I forgot because it was a couple weeks ago. I was at the CAA Creative Arts Academy Fall Showcase, and they ran it a little bit differently this year, where it was just one program in one location from start to finish. And so everybody got to see all of the different performances. So there was dance, there was short skits, there were musical presentations, there were the steel drum band, and a whole bunch of other things. We have some really talented, and then the art was being shown on the side of the room. We have some really talented students in the district, and that also reminds me that the Creative Arts Academy is hosting their new upcoming informational meetings for any students who are interested in the Creative Arts Academy, and the information is on the district website. So.
Any other board reports? The only other thing I have is Superintendent Schneckloff and myself met with the mayor and a city council person from Walcott on Wednesday to start setting up our bi-monthly meetings. And then we also met with the mayor of Buffalo. And we still got to get up set up with Bluegrass or whatever. So we got set up to get on a scheduled meeting with them bi-monthly like we do with the city of Davenport. All right. We will move on to communications. Open forum. Open forum is a time for members of the community to give input at a board meeting regarding school district issues or concerns. Individuals who want to speak, please fill out an open forum request and give it to the board secretary prior to the open forum. The form is available in hard copy for in-person attendees or on the school board page of the district's website for those who want to participate virtually. Virtual participants must email their request to Brenda T. at tbren@davenportschools.org by 3 p.m. on the day of the board meeting. The board will not act on any issue presented during open forum if it was not published as an agenda item. Iowa Open Meetings Law prohibits action on any issue that is not on the agenda. The president may set the amount of time allowed for individuals to speak. The board asks that no charges or complaints be made against individual employees of the district or the community. Remarks that reflect negatively on the character or motives of any person will be called out of order. You will be asked to state your name and home address prior to making remarks. Tonight we have 8 open forum requests, and we didn't have any virtual ones, correct, Brenda? All right. The time will be 2 minutes. Up first, we have Darcy Matichek and Trudy Thompson.
My name is Darcy Matichek. Address is 2916 26th Street, Moline, Illinois. We are speaking from our experiences at Garfield Elementary School, but we are sure many other city elementary schools feel the same way. 2 years ago, the decision was made to move 6th grade into every elementary school except Walcott. The elementary schools had 2 months to prepare. Except for the 6th grade teachers sent from the junior highs, the elementary schools received no support, security guards, counselors, gym, music, or art teachers, even though the junior highs lost a third of their population. How can the district do better for the elementary schools? Garfield is now one of the big 5 elementary schools. Yet again, we have received no extra support. For 436 students, we currently have 2.75 first responders, who all have other jobs that they are scheduled to be doing in addition to responding. We have support staff pulled from our school to be placed in other teaching positions like many other schools in the district. Some of us at Garfield now have brooms, mops, and other cleaning supplies in our room. We have been one custodian short since last May. Many mornings we have to clean our rooms due to the fact that we only have one or no night custodian. Our day custodian has worked many 12-hour days to keep the building open after school or help clean. We have no drinking fountains working in the primary part of the building. This has been a problem since they were turned on after COVID, which is over a year and a half now. They were fixed this summer, but have broken again. The teachers have the students bring in water bottles or provide bottles of water to the students at their own expense. How can the district do better for the staff and students? As we all know, there is not only a teacher shortage, but a sub shortage. Many days the staff absorbs students from other classrooms. When a teacher is absent and has no sub, last year some days we had to absorb students from multiple classrooms. This is pushing the class sizes to the upper 20s and in some cases the low 30s. We cover other classrooms during our prep, and when special area teachers
Hello, I'm Trudy Thompson, and my address is 2140 East 31st Street in Davenport. I'm also a Garfield teacher, and as Darcy was saying, we cover classrooms during our prep, and when special teachers are gone, we keep kids in our classrooms and nobody gets specials. This has saved the district a lot of money, but truthfully, it's left teachers exhausted. In addition to staffing shortages in teacher and substitute teachers, we're also experiencing big shortages as a district with paraeducators. Paraeducators provide many academic and behavioral supports throughout the school day, and the lack of para support impacts academics, but also non-academic areas such as the daily duties. When we're short paras, it puts more strain on the staff that is present and stretches our resources for students too thin. How can our district do better for staff and students? Elementary teachers are required to have 2 CTTs a week, one for math and one for reading, while junior highs and high schools have 1 CT a week. As a result, we are giving up 2 preps every week, and as you know, that takes away planning, contacting parents, grading papers, and even saying hello to other staff members. On CTT days, we have 25 minutes for lunch, and that's the only break we get all day. Many weeks last year, we had no preps all week because we were going into other rooms every day to sub. Add this to having extra students in our classrooms, and it's too much. How can our district do better for our schools? At Garfield, most years we have had 20+ students in our classrooms. We're required to progress monitor and assess students individually. Last year, first grade had 24 students, and sixth grade had 28 or more students in their classrooms. Every year, our test scores are put up and compared to other classrooms in the district that have different populations and far fewer students. Classroom supports for academics and social emotional learning are already limited in the elementary. One district priority area is on the social emotional safety of students. Adding more students to buildings that already have 20+ students in their classrooms with no extra support does not align with the goal that buildings have identified in our growing excellence plans.
Hey, hang on, I gotta call you. Hold on. Oh, I'm assuming. All right, up next we got Dan Ryder, and then we'll have Cindy Brody.
Yep.
Perfect.
I'm Dan Ryder. I live at 2724 East 29th Court, Davenport, Iowa. How can the district do better for the students? Now you're talking about closing 3 more city schools and dispersing those students into in most cases, other city schools, again affecting the vulnerable population in Davenport. While keeping 6th grade in the schools, how can the district do better for these affected schools? Specials area teachers in these affected schools are going to have to increase in the number of students they see. As stated, we currently have 436 students at Garfield. We have 1 art, music, and gym teacher that must assess each student on multiple standards. Now you are going to add more students to their rosters. How can the district do better for the special area teachers? We understand that schools need to close, and this should have been done 10 years ago. But after listening to the Committee of the Whole meeting last Monday, we are appalled at the way it is possibly being done. You are again targeting the most vulnerable population in Davenport. To date, all the schools that have closed are city schools, including Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, and J.B. Young. These students have lost the ability to walk to their neighborhood schools and are getting on a bus every day to go to school. Now you are talking about closing 3 more city schools. It has been mentioned previously that Walcott students would be bused 5 miles to Bluegrass. Last Monday, it was mentioned that Buchanan students might need to be bused to Bluegrass. Their bus ride would be approximately 10 miles. Where is the equity for the Buchanan students? How can the district do better for the Buchanan students? It was also mentioned that you want to keep 6th grade in the elementary school for 2 or more years so you can get it right. The 6th grade was in the junior highs for over 20 years. Why now is it going to make 2 or more years to get it right, while you pack students into the city schools with no extra support, leaving the junior highs with empty classrooms?
Cindy Brody, address is 3103 North Pine Street. How can the district do better for the city elementary schools? In closing, the binder that we have seen gives a lot of facts, years, numbers, but takes out the human factor. You look at slides during the board meetings and make decisions, discuss numbers of bodies in the classroom, but you are dealing with real kids. Physical classroom sizes are different in every building as well, presenting challenges in effectively teaching and supporting the ever-increasing social emotional needs of our students. You say that the staff will be absorbed into the district because of staff shortages. There will still be a staff shortage in Davenport next year because teachers are leaving mid-year or are planning to go elsewhere at the end of the school year. What are the plans to retain staff? We have teams making decisions about what is best for the elementary buildings, but we rarely have district leaders in our elementary buildings. In fact, when the state influenced the push of district-level employees out of the buildings from the ASC, there were no employees pushed into the elementary buildings. Last year and this year, our principal, Mrs. Evans, has asked for changes with this, but no changes have occurred. Being housed daily within the world of the elementary buildings is essential in keeping a pulse on what is best for this large population of students in Davenport. Our students need us to make decisions that are best for them. We implore you to start tomorrow and come into our schools. Not a planned visit, but spend a day a week in our elementary schools to see the human factor that the binder does not show. Visit all the schools before making your decisions and do the right thing for the staff and students of Davenport Community Schools. Thank you.
Up next, we have Lisa Pearson and Marthany Burt. Marthany, I'm sorry.
Hi, my name is Lisa Pearson. I live at 2918 East 18th Street in Davenport, Iowa. First, I want to thank the board for your time. This is a job that you do for free 99. Nobody's paying you to do this, and we appreciate what you give to our community. To the big board people, the people on the other side of the room, we understand you are paid well to make sure we're leading these people to the right, correct answers for our community district. That's everyone. That's all of us together. I think it's very important that I say some things here. I've been coming in and out of the doors since about 1966. My parents, 1940s. I would hope that my grandkids could be a part of the third generation of Davenport schools. In my career, we've closed Roosevelt, Grant, Hoover, J.B. Young, Johnson, Lincoln, and Perry. 6 out of these 7 schools are south of Locust Street. The very population that we worry about how we're going to educate, we took their schools away from them. We're feeling the fallout of what we did before. We have a responsibility, an equity responsibility, to serve all of our children. It doesn't, and when we take children out of their schools, it affects how they grow and how they learn. So we've taken their schools away from them. I looked at the responsibility and was on part of the committee for Some Health in My Family's interfered, but it is your responsibility. You've chosen to do this, to right-size our district. Our district, that's all of our district, collectively. We cannot do a district if we're not gonna right-size our buildings as well. And I think we have families here and teachers because it affects their building. Our community needs to understand that these changes will impact all of our students. And I'm here for our currently underserved students. You cannot have, let me get this right, 253 positions open in our district when the districts around us have 21, 22, and 30. It is not proportionately the same. And I hear, well, we can't hire anybody. Okay, let's utilize the resources we have. I am certain sitting around in this room, there are people who have teaching certificates that are not in charge of a classroom every day, and there's classrooms that revolve 4, 5, 6, 7 students, or teachers subbing to cover up that. We got to ask everybody in here, are you, everybody's job is disposable for a day. Come sub. I can't speak to junior high and high school buildings, but come sub. We need to empower all of these people to make the kinds of decisions that we're going to look outside the box. And you said that when we started this. Challenges and conventions of thinking. What if? Well, let's innovate this. How are we going to make some changes? You got people who don't touch children with teaching certificates that need to be in the classroom daily. We have a system that's set up pre-COVID. It doesn't look like that anymore. I'm seeing quality, wonderful educators who I admire, paras that should be teachers.
Ma'am,
What?
you're at your limit, your time limit. If you can close.
I didn't hear the buzzer.
She turned it down. I told you, don't turn it down.
I got so much more to say. I'll be glad to talk to any one of you if you got time afterwards. Anybody over here too.
My name is Martha Ebert, and I reside at 1212 Pershing Avenue. On Monday, October 3rd, my son was accused of sexually assaulting a special needs student while in the bathroom at Central. My son is on the spectrum, and it seemed he was being targeted as a prank. Prior to being founded, the disgusting details of what our son was accused of were relayed to me over the phone. By the time my husband and I arrived at Central to meet with the administrator, she had interviewed the 3 boys who made the accusations. 2 of the boys withdrew their version of events, while the 3rd held fast to his statement, insisting that his statements were true and that he had been traumatized. The following day, my son returned to school. In the lunchroom that day, he was called a rapist by several kids. Another student took a picture of him. My son called me and stated that he did not feel safe. A few days later, my son received a Snapchat from a girl who pretended to be interested in him. It turned out, however, that the student who made the initial accusations was using his girlfriend's Snapchat account to catfish our son. The student later admitted that his intent was to get him into public so that he could jump him. On October 5th, I met with Jabari Woods, where he recorded my formal complaint. Weeks passed, and we heard no response to our complaint. After numerous unreturned calls to district administration, including 3 to the superintendent's office, I finally heard back from Mr. Woods. However, no investigation had occurred, and he did not know many of the details, including the catfishing. He stated that he would follow up after meeting with the other family, and that was approximately 3 weeks ago. Per district policy, this investigation should have been completed no later than 10 school days of our complaint, or October 20th by my date. To this date, this has not been resolved. Our son now attends remotely due to feeling unsafe. The student who harassed him continues to attend in person with 0 consequences. I ask you, where is the equity for my child?
Thank you both. Up next, we got Kendra Wildermuth and Lynette Charchinsky.
Hello, is it okay? It's on. Hi, my name is Kendra Wildermuth. I live at 3311 Kimberly Downs Road. We moved to Davenport in 2005, bought our current house in 2007. Our children went through Garfield, Sudlow, and now Central. I was blessed that I could be a stay-at-home mom. When my youngest started school, I figured I'll go with. I was already involved. I was with PTA. I was helping in my students' classrooms. It seemed like a good fit. In 2011, I started at Garfield as a gen ed para. I did a lot of things, working with kids, name practice, counting, letter rec, and so much more. I'm still at Garfield, even though my kids have moved on. I obviously love working with kids. So why am I here? Well, in October of 2021, I celebrated 10 years of recognition here in the district. And for my 10 years of service, I got a really nice pen, I got a certificate, I got a nice dinner, and a 25-cent raise. That brings my total to $12.95 for 10 years of service. Is that what I'm worth? Why do I stay? I can easily go somewhere else and make more money. I stay because I invested in my district. I invested in my community. In closing, when you are making decisions while sitting in your offices, you need to think of us, paras, who help with children every single day. And we're here because we love our jobs and we love the children in our community. Also, my family goes back from Davenport. My father-in-law graduated in 1957 when it was just Davenport. I have a brother-in-law graduated in 1979. I have a sister-in-law graduated in 1985, another sister-in-law in 1991, my brother-in-law in 1981, my husband 1982. I have a great nephew. I have lots of family that are graduating, and I'm hoping my great-great nephew and my great niece will graduate in 2035 and in 2039. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lynette Tarchinsky. I live at 431 West Parkview Drive in Walcott, Iowa. I know that last Monday you didn't see as many blue shirts in the crowd as normal, but I just wanted to share that there were lots of us watching from home, listening on our phones, and paying attention to everything that was discussed. And while I can't speak for everyone, I would like to share some sentiments that I think might reflect a lot of how Walcott residents are feeling. Would like to say thank you to the Davenport Community School District and staff. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share our thoughts and concerns during an open forum for the last 3 months. Thank you for hearing our voices. Thank you for elevating our concerns and making Walcott part of the conversation. Thank you for taking Walcott Elementary out of the phase 1 of the facilities plan. It brings us a lot of hope. However, we know there is a lot of work and many more phases to come, and that this plan is far from finished. It looks like we'll be learning about the timeline further down in the agenda. So back on the July 11th meeting, we heard that you guys met with a group of people called the Friends of Davenport. And we'd like to continue to develop a relationship with the school board and staff, and would love to form a group called the Friends of Walcott or the Friends of Walcott, Bluegrass and Buffalo, to keep the lines of communication open. We could be a focus group, a sounding board, or just friends to share thoughts or ideas. So we're excited and hopeful for the future, and we want to be a part of it. So thank you.
And last but not least, Hunter Bell.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Hi, my name is Hunter Bell. I live at 1803 LeClaire Street, Davenport, Iowa. There was nobody on the panel earlier when you were discussing the HMH math field testing program, and I'm one of the teachers down at SMART. We had no SMART representation there, so I just kind of wanted to offer you my opinion. I'd like to open by giving you a sample problem that we were supposed to teach our 8th graders within the first 2 weeks. So follow along if you can. It says, draw a rectangle, then draw a second quadrilateral that has one pair of parallel sides with lengths equal each match a side of the original rectangle, but with all 4 angles measure the same as the original rectangle. Encourage students to verify their measurements with a ruler and a protractor. Okay. Now I want you to consider that with the data that we were given. I know somebody earlier on the panel had mentioned when asking questions, what are we to do when 180 plus of our 8th graders are 2 grade levels below? I further that by answering the question of what was our fall FAST scores. I don't know what it was for the district, but I can report for SMART that 7th grade, 28% of our students were proficient in reading and only 17 in math. In 8th grade, while as for math, 18% of our 7th graders were proficient and 24%. Okay, that is 3 in 10 students or less walking through our hallways that understand and know how to do that. One of the other things that I would like to mention is that during one of our HMH training meetings, when we were asking them what can we do, what are some of the additional things, one of the things that was said was, quote, sometimes I think teachers here forget the difference between helping scaffold students to be successful and letting them drown in rigor for the sake of rigor. I ask you, rigor for the sake of rigor does what? It does not build success, okay? The other thing that was brought up here was that this curriculum is designed for 60-minute periods. We teach 45 minutes a day. Elementary has it a little better. They get 75. It's not feasible. It's not realistic for our children. I just want you to consider that when you go to vote on making HMH our new math curriculum. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, everyone that participated in open forum. We greatly appreciate hearing from all of you. And now we will move on to the consent agenda. May I have a motion on the consent agenda?
Mr. President,
Director Hayes.
I move that we accept the consent agenda as written.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Gordon. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Director Hayes?
Yes.
Director Gordon?
Yes.
Director Potts?
Yes.
Director Poston?
Yes.
Director Kleindrom?
Yes.
Director Beck?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. May I have a motion on approval of bills?
Mr. President,
Director Gordon?
I move the board approve the following resolution. Resolved, all claims presented to the board having been duly certified as correct by the treasurer, reviewed by the administration and board members, and they are hereby audited and allowed as just claims and warrants drawn on the treasury for the several amounts. Further resolved, the payment of claims and salaries be approved as presented for the period of October 19th through November 8th, 2022, noting voided check number 381383 for wrong amount.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Director Hayes. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Director Gordon?
Yes.
Director Hayes?
Yes.
Director Klein-Jerome?
Yes.
Director Poston?
Yes.
Director Potts?
Yes.
Director Beck?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. Superintendent report.
Thank you very much. I have 2 items tonight. The first one, we rolled out our plan to cover the learning and results team, and so far we have had 2 people that have been covering that position. The first person, Diane Campbell, has just done an absolutely remarkable job getting the year started. She has picked up the rope and hasn't set it down since she entered the position. Diane is a service coordinator for the AEA, and 92% of her job is already working in Davenport, and so she really helped us bridge that gap. Starting on November 1st, we have Dr. Cindy Lewis, who will be picking up the interim learning and results position while Diane returns to her normal job. These two wonderful human beings will be helping bridging that gap. Everything that you've seen so far tonight in terms of presentations fall in the learning and results department. So Cindy Lewis, a wonderful story. When I started my student teaching at McKinley, she was teaching preschool right across the hallway. So one of the very first friendly faces that I met in Davenport was Dr. Cindy Lewis. She was a teacher in Davenport. She was the reading director for our reading curriculum in Davenport Community Schools. And then she served as a service director for reading at the AEA. And during those time frames, she implemented things like FAST and DIBBLES, things that you hear today that are staples of how we move forward. From there, she went to the director of curriculum and instruction at Pleasant Valley Schools and happily retired and until we went knocking on the door. And so she is joining our team, and we couldn't be happier for that. So Dr. Cindy Lewis, thank you so much for being here. And Diane Campbell, unbelievable job getting if I could write down the work that human being has done the first semester so far is incredible, and taking us to places that I didn't think we would be able to get to. I'm going to be honest with you, this is an incredible lift. There's just so many things that you've done that's such a wonderful job, and I know that Dr. Cindy Lewis is going to continue that work forward. Cindy, is there anything that you would like to say? You have to use your microphone, sorry. Otherwise, Bruce can't hear.
Did I push a button? Oh yeah. Hi, I'm thank you for that introduction, TJ. It's super fun to be back at in Davenport schools. I have big shoes to fill, and quite honestly, I'm not really ready for Diane to go anywhere. She's going to be a good partner for me as I transition in. I used to teach school with Director Klein Jerome, and I see so many faces. Lisa, who came up to the hi, Lisa. We in my very first job, Lisa helped me do NAEYC accreditation over at McKinley. So I mean, there's just such good work that happens in this district. I'm so proud of the good work in Davenport. And do you have some concerns? Yep. But do you have smart people around the table who can help to solve this? No question. And I'm just so proud to be a part of this work. So thank you.
Thank you both very much, and thank you for the work that you do. The second part of the superintendent's report today, I wanted to share a message with the public today that all of our students received, and this message is going to be going out tomorrow. Not this entire message, but the little short video myself. You're going to hear we have a wonderful narrator of this video. Mr. Flynn stepped up and did a screencast. And so this is a message that we started in every school in the first quarter, even through some of our technical difficulties. I was at North when it was rolling out, and it was very difficult to get the tech up and going, but I watched several teachers push through this. This is a message that we wanted to go out to every secondary school, and tomorrow it's going to go out to every family. One of the biggest feedback loops that we hear is that our families and communities demand a safer learning environment. And the group of people that are over here are working tirelessly to make sure that we are moving forward in the right direction. So I wanted to share this video with the school board, knowing that there's going to be a follow-up tomorrow that goes to every family in the district.
Good morning. or afternoon, Davenport School students. Over the next few days, we're going to take time to talk about crisis response and violence prevention in our schools. And most importantly, we're going to be talking about violence prevention and what each of us can do to make our schools, each other, our teachers, everyone involved feel safe and secure while on our school property, and quite frankly, within our community. We're going to start with a short message from Superintendent Schneckloth.
Hello, I'm TJ Schneckloth, Superintendent of the Davenport Community School District. We are finishing the first quarter and have a lot to celebrate within all our schools in the areas of the academics, the arts, and the athletics. As the second quarter begins, I highly encourage you to get connected to one of the many opportunities we have to offer, as these opportunities may lead down a career path one day. When I was in high school, a club I was in read to students in elementary school what led directly to the career I'm in today. As we move into the second quarter, I have a very important message to share. We must discuss the need to eliminate violent acts in our buildings. First, let me tell you some good news. 94% of our students have had 0 or 1 behavior referral for the first quarter. That means the vast majority of our students are courteous and respectful of their peers and faculty. I'm thankful for all the students that are helping to grow excellence in our buildings on a daily basis. We want everyone within the Davenport Community School District to feel safe and secure at our facilities. Our community expects our students and staff to be safe and secure. When this doesn't happen, it creates anxiety for students, their families, and our staff. We know that conflicts will emerge between individuals, but violence cannot be the answer to conflict in our schools and community. The district will continue to focus on teaching appropriate behaviors and conflict resolution skills. Remember, resources are available if you're having a conflict with someone, or if you're aware of a conflict. Students can seek help from parents, guardians, school counselors, administrators, our anonymous P3 app, or utilize conflict resolution. Other support is available through the Coordinated Assessment Program, a school-based therapist, and our counselors. All these resources can be accessed by reaching out to your school. If violence is repetitive or egregious, the school and district will respond accordingly by intensifying our interventions and consequences. It's not okay to fight in our schools. Please understand that we want our schools to be the best they can be. We want our students, staff, and families to trust that everyone will be safe and engaged and pursuing excellence. We will continue to work diligently to keep safety a priority in our schools. Thank you.
A quick reminder that there are a number of resources available that Mr. Schneckloth mentioned. There are trusted adults in each of your schools, and you know who those people are that you can count on if you feel like something is going to happen. The P3 app is available, and you can make an anonymous report on your phone at any point in time. You can access the Coordinated Assessment Program, or CAP. We have mediation services available, and we have counselors, administrators, and teachers who are ready, willing, and able to assist you. Violence is never the answer, and we can help you if you're in a situation that you don't know how to get out of. Please keep these things in mind. As it says on the screen, in the days ahead, the conversation is going to continue. You need to understand that you can be part of the solution and that you can make a difference. Teachers, there are some conversation starters in the link below, and you should have a copy of this slide deck that you can scroll through. Please access those and take a few minutes to speak to this further with your students, knowing that this is going to lead to other pieces down the road. I appreciate everybody's attention, and I hope you have a great start to the second term.
Again, the video is going to go out with the conversation starters and a request for our families to engage in that same conversation with their students. As you said earlier, President Goza, that's where it starts. It starts with our parents and our community members engaging. Here's an example of those questions. And again, I witnessed this. I was at North when it rolled out, and I didn't have time to catch it at some of the other schools. And the teachers were highly engaged with the conversation. And we've seen some changes beginning to occur in our buildings, but we're not stopping here. We're going to continue to move and provide the supports and the accountability necessary to move our district in a positive spot. The number one feedback that we get from our teachers, from people that are entering or leaving the district, is this is our number one issue. And so we have set about doing something about it. And that something is supporting students, supporting families through accountability measures right alongside of it. That concludes the superintendent's report.
Thank you. Committee reports. Data Wall Ad Hoc Committee. You got anything to report, Director Hayes?
Well, we're moving in the right direction. Thank you all for the approval of the data wall. First of all, I met with Superintendent Schneckloff on Wednesday, maybe, and we discussed how the wall, the cascading of the wall, how the information will basically flow from the building principals and up the ladder, and we'll get all the information. There was a lot of information that we've repeatedly asked for, that it will show up on the wall, and I'm excited to see it. And thanks to all the cabinet members who took place in the planning of that. It looks like a lot of work was put into it, but it looks like it's exactly what we were looking for. And we're kind of excited for it to roll out. And also thank Ms. Judy Elliott, for her assistance with it also.
Thank you. Finance Committee.
Our next meeting will be the early part of December. This Wednesday, the school district will be making requests to the SBRC and in 4 different areas, which will be discussed here on future items here on the agenda.
Thank you. LZIAC.
Our next meeting is Tuesday, November 29th, so I have nothing to report today.
Thank you. Long Range Facilities Planning, Director Potts, you got anything?
Well, our previous meeting was to plan out what was presented at our COW meeting on Monday. And our next meeting is scheduled, I believe, for this Friday.
Thank you, sir. Policy Committee.
We met last week, finishing up some policies related to HR, and Jamie was very helpful in making sure we had all the things that we needed for that, and then everything else that we've been up to is coming up later in the meeting.
Thank you. Legislative advocacy, I believe, working on getting the breakfast or lunch, whatever you come up with, the legislators. And then Brenda, we'll have to start working on the get on the bus. Should be coming up here shortly too. All right. No other committee reports. We'll move on to items requiring action. May I have a motion on subject 11.01, naming Central High School wrestling room for Simon Cy Roberts?
Mr. President.
Director Hayes.
I move the board approve the Central High School wrestling room to be named the Simon Cy Roberts Wrestling Room.
Is there a second?
Second.
Woo. Quick on the draw. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Director Hayes.
Yes.
Director Potts.
Yes.
Director Gordon.
Yes.
Director Postian.
Yes.
Director Kleindrome.
Yes.
Director Beck.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. May I have a motion on subject 11.02, naming baseball field at Brady Stadium for
Mr.
Bill
Chairman.
Freeze. Director Poston.
Move the Central High School baseball field located at the Brady Street Stadium complex be named Bill Freeze Field.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Hayes. Is there any discussion? The only question I have is if the baseball field moves, it'll still keep that name, right? Because you all are looking at moving it across the street, right? Okay. Perfect. Director Poston.
Yes.
Director Hayes.
Yes.
Director Beck.
Yes.
Director Klein Jerome.
Yes.
Director Potts.
Yes.
Director Gordon.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. Superintendent Schneckloff.
Thank you, President Goza. Before these next four, would you briefly, just real quick, Kevin, briefly explain SBRC, why we're doing this, what does MSA mean? Just briefly explain that real quick. Does that allow, Mr. President?
Well, first of all, those acronyms are fun. SBRC is School Budget Review Committee. Every year, districts go in front of the committee to request modified supplemental assistance. That's what MSA stands for. It's dollars that we have spent this past year that were more than what the legislature gives us in funding. I commonly call those as unfunded mandates. There's two of these for limited English proficiency. We have to serve the students in that capacity, and the only way to recover those funds is ask the School Budget Review Committee for a modified supplemental assistance. They give us no money. It's already taken care of budgetarily through property taxes. It doesn't add anything additional. It's just at the end of the year, we have to make a formal request in front of the committee to get that spending authority back. So two of those are ELL, limited English proficiencies. One of them is special ed, and the other is open enrolled students out that we did not have last year. They were not on our count the last year, so it gives us on-time funding because everything that they provide us is a year in arrears. So those are the four items that we're looking at approving tonight to go in front of the school budget review. The only thing to add to that is all four of these are a class action basis, and it's not individual. They're taken as a group with all the districts in the state. Yes. And the items for them is they shall approve. The Department of Ed has already taken into account the special ed deficit. It's just the other three will come this year, so they shall approve.
All right, may I have a motion on subject 11.03 SBRC?
Mr. Chairman.
Director Poston.
Move the board approve the request to the SBRC for modified supplemental assistance for limited English proficient instruction beyond 5 years in the amount of $224,020.86.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Director Poston.
Yes.
Director Klein Jerome.
Yes.
Director Potts.
Yes.
Director Gordon.
Yes.
Director Beck.
Yes.
Director Hayes.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. May I have a motion on subject 11.04?
Mr. Chairman.
Director Poston.
Move the board approve our request to the School Budget Review Committee for modified supplemental assistance for the fiscal year 2022 limited English proficiency deficit in the amount of $1,206,449.17.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Director Poston.
Yes.
Director Klein Jerome.
Yes.
Director Beck.
Yes.
Director Hayes.
Yes.
Director Gordon.
Yes.
Director Potts.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. May I have a motion on subject 11.05?
Mr. Chairman,
Director Poston.
move the board approve the request to the SBRC for modified supplemental assistance for open enrolled students in the 2022-23 school year, not on a certified enrollment in the prior year, in the amount of $1,480,080.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Director Poston.
Yes.
Director Klein Jerome.
Yes.
Director Potts.
Yes.
Director Gordon.
Yes.
Director Hayes.
Yes.
Director Beck.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. May I have a motion on subject 11.06?
Mr. Chairman,
Director Poston.
move the board approve our request to the SBRC for modified supplemental assistance for the fiscal year 2022 special education deficit in the amount of $4,774,681.25.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Director Poston.
Yes.
Director Klein Jerome.
Yes.
Director Hayes.
Yes.
Director Beck.
Yes.
Director Potts.
Yes.
Director Gordon.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. May I have a motion on subject 11.07?
Mr. President,
Director Hayes.
I move the board accept the book study on Miseducated by Brandon Fleming. Discussion will take place on 2 upcoming COW meetings. The dates will be determined.
Second.
Is there any discussion on this? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Director Hayes.
Yes.
Director Beck.
Yes.
Director Potts.
Yes.
Director Gordon.
Yes.
Director Klein Jerome.
Yes.
Director Poston.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. May I have a motion on subject 11.08?
Mr. President,
Director Hayes.
I move the board approve moving our email system to the cloud using Twin States Technical Services.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Director Poston.
I know that this is kind of an unusual circumstance here, but again, with discussions we've had previously, that again, we need to have a discussion prior to a vote. And I know this is special circumstances, but I want to make sure that this doesn't become the norm.
Is there any other discussion? Director Beck.
I seem to recall we had a discussion about, we voted on something similar, but for the future recently. Is that correct? Or am I mistaken? No?
No, I don't remember having any discussion.
Okay. It must have just been something else. Okay. Never mind.
I know, like backup storage or something. Yeah. Is there any other discussion?
Esser, right? Esser. Money. Thank you, Kevin. Yes.
All right. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. Director Hayes.
Yes.
Director Klein Jerome.
Yes.
Director Poston.
Yes.
Director Potts.
Yes.
Director Gordon.
Yes.
Director Beck.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. May I have a motion on subject 11.09?
Mr. President,
Director Beck.
the Policy Committee recommends the board approve the following policies: 213.05, 408.01, 603.05, 605.02, 801.10, and 801.11.
Is there a second?
Second.
I had to call for a second that time. What's going on here? All right. Is there any discussion? Director Gordon.
I noticed on that policy 213.05, it has not been reviewed in 7 years, only revised. How do we get it reviewed? Personally,
It will be on the committee list. It's just in the section that hasn't been.
okay, but it is upcoming.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Which number did you say? The first one, right?
213305.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. Director Beck.
Yes.
Director Hayes.
Yes.
Director Kleindrome.
Yes.
Director Poston.
Yes.
Director Gordon.
Yes.
Director Potts.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. We are now on to discussion items. We will move to subject 12.01. I will turn it over to the superintendent. Sorry.
Thank you, President Goza. So one of the charges that we had was to rewrite our goals because we had accomplished many of them and they weren't directly connected to the mission that we were headed towards. So in a committee of the whole not too long ago, we revised our goals and with a charge of setting some key indicators under each goal. So the key indicators are listed below for each section of the goal, and it kind of gives a little bit more detail into how we will know that we're successful if we meet our board superintendent goals. So we tried to make 2 to 3 bullet points under each one of the goal areas. So if you take a minute now to review, if you have any feedback, otherwise this will be how I am evaluated against starting for the evaluation on November 28th, I believe, right? After our organizational meeting.
Director Beck, you had a question?
Yeah. So under item number 4, under the short-term superintendent goal, where it says use data points to ensure innovative use of resources, can you explain that a little bit more? Because I'm not quite sure what that means.
So for example, when we go to do our staffing, when we go to negotiate salaries, we had to make sure that we're continuing to use the data points that we have, continue to reach out to other unions, continue to do the research. For us, we need to have what are our class sizes, what is our student achievement data that's saying to reallocate those resources. For example, Ms. Olson is doing a reimagining of some of the funding sources that are inside of there based off the current data points that we have. So what do our data points say, and how do we need to best utilize our resources to get through the trauma to get through the fire, so to speak, that we've been through? We've had to be very innovative with our resources and funds. But we're coming out of the back end of that where we're financially stable, and now's the time to begin to programmatically look at where are our deficiencies, utilizing data points to reallocate those resources in the best way possible.
Director Poston.
Yeah, under item number 3, talk about setting clear expectations. We talk about analyzing rates of incidents, analyzing. I think the time of analyzing should be over with. We need to put some teeth into what we're doing in our buildings, and we need to come down hard on these students that don't want to follow by the rules and keep raising hell in school. So to me, this is just words. We need actions. We need actions, and we need to come down hard. We need to get anybody that wants to fight in school or raise hell in school. We need them out of the building. I don't care where they go, get them out of the building.
Do you have suggestions on what you'd want to put in there? And the other thing, I will caution you, we have to go in the guidelines of the State Board of Education because that was one of the things that got us in a lot of trouble before.
How are we going to survive as a school district if we don't get this under control? Okay,
I understand.
I'm sick and tired of it. I want it to end, and I want it to end now.
Oops. Director Gordon.
In response to that, I would just like to offer the perspective that the way that things are done, not just in a school environment or a business environment, but from the top down, nationwide, all systems and things are done from a white man's perspective, and it's time that we open up that perspective to I thought that maybe that's not the only one out there. So our rules and our procedures and our policies have been established by the culture of one group of people in our district, but that doesn't encapsulate everyone's home situations, cultures, lives, experiences, backgrounds, nationalities. We can't assume that because this is the way it's always been and should be, is that the only way it will be. We have to adapt to the way things are now instead of making us come down hard on the way it was when we were growing up. And that's my perspective.
Director Poston.
Okay, the way I look at this, if you got a high school with 1,300 students, okay, and you've got 20 students in that building raising hell, okay, I'm worried about the 1,300 students and their safety, okay? I'm not going to worry about the 20 that are raising hell. You get them out of the building, you make the school building safer. That's as simple as that. If the state comes down on us, I don't know. I don't have the answer for that. But if we want to continue to have open enrollment out, and it's going to continue if we don't make these schools safe. Some of these kids have no damn respect for adults anymore. They have no respect for staff. All they want to do is come to school and raise hell. Why should staff and teachers put up with that crap?
Superintendent.
So I think we need to continue, and maybe analyze isn't the right word. Maybe the word is continue to monitor data and make necessary adjustments to our procedures and protocols. I think that answers your question, Kent, of action. So I'll make these goals more action oriented, and I'll put them in this week's Friday report, because I believe the answer is yes to both things. I believe the answer is if you commit a violent act or fight in here, then your setting will change. And what does that look like? There are so many things that are involved in that. What does it look like? The pandemic taught us that we can educate and we can connect, and we can still do that for people that make bad decisions. People that continue to make bad decisions, we can still offer platforms that allow for our environments to be safe. So how about I rework that, put that in the Friday report, and ask for feedback based on that? Because I agree, we are past the analyzing phase. So that's good feedback, and I appreciate that. And we are past that. I'm very proud of the work that we've been putting in place to ensure that our kids have every opportunity to do conflict resolution, to do these things. When we do that, that's where we feel comfortable applying the highest level of consequences. And our buildings are answering that, and it's not an easy shift, that's for sure. But that I can definitely stiffen those key indicators up. That's very good feedback, and still accomplish what you were talking about as well. I think I can do that. So thank you for that feedback. That's actually looking at that, it does need to be stronger.
Is there any other feedback on any other items on here? You want to chime in? All right. So if I understood correctly, you want kind of an explanation in number 4 and then some actions put in number 3, correct? That's what you took away?
Yeah, that's yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
I can do that. Those are good. That's good feedback.
Is there anything else on this subject? Director Gordon.
I just want to also say that it does say all students experience a safe learning environment, including the ones that are creating a disruptive environment. They also deserve to have a safe learning environment. And maybe the reason that some of them are acting out is that the environment they're in right now is not safe for them in some way, shape, or form. We don't have to understand that to be able to look for ways to accommodate it.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we will move on to discussion item 12.02, Scott County-based restorative justice services. I'll turn it over to Superintendent again.
Courtney. Thank you.
Yep. Good evening. So this is a continuation of a partnership that we started last year. And the Scott County School-Based Restorative Justice Program is a suspension diversion program. So the goal of this is when an event occurs that may result in kids having to be outside of school, that those students are referred to work with trained facilitators. And these facilitators are school-based restorative justice community counselors. And the process involves bringing youth together to learn about why the event happened and develop a plan to repair the harm that was done. And so this is a $50,000 ESSER request to continue this partnership, as this supplemental support is needed to sustain how they're supporting us as a district. So some facts for you: last year, 650 Davenport students were served, and that's at our secondary level, at our junior highs and our high schools. This year, for the Q1 report, it was shared with us that 133 students have been served and that there's been an 83% success rate with these mediations. Some other performance measures that they've shared with us in this first quarter is that 100% of youth and families were contacted within 24 hours when the referral was made, which is their goal. 100% reported feeling safe during the restorative justice process. 99% reported that they're happy to have restorative justice available to them, and 100% reported an improved relationship with their school. So we find this layer of support for our students to be really effective, and we want to continue it. So that's why we put this request in front of you today for discussion. Any questions?
Director Beck.
So 83% success rate. We hear about incidents still happening. How do we measure an 83% success rate? Are the students that go through this restorative justice program the same students who are participating in other violent incidents, or are those different students? Do we know? I guess, what does an 83% success rate really mean?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Dr. Lee.
That would mean that those two students don't have a recurring issue between each other.
So they could have an issue with somebody else, but that particular issue has been resolved for the foreseeable future. And do we see a decrease in incidents overall compared to before we implemented this system? Or I guess I'm just trying to look at what a measure of success is with this. If it's working, we might want to expand it. If it's not working, maybe we need to think of something else.
Excuse me. It would be very, very difficult to compare the data from pre-implementing this to now. One of the work, part of the work that we're doing to these efforts that we're talking about today is really systematizing how we are reporting our incidents. Dr. Barney has taken the lead and helped us clean up a lot of our processes. So prior to this program being implemented, our data was probably not being recorded in a way that we could compare it to now, where it is very, very clean data. At least that's where we're working towards. So our best data right now is 2 kids that willingly participate in a mediation, 8 out of 10 times, those two kids don't hurt each other. So that's the data we have right now. Yeah.
Okay. And of the kids who are referred to this program, how many enter into it? Like, Courtney, you might have said that. I apologize, but I probably missed it.
The goal measure was that of the ones that are referred, 100% were contacted. So I don't have the number of like how many declined it, because parents can opt out of it and kids can be willing to not doing, right? Like part of it is them being willing to engage in that process so that it's authentic for them and the other student.
Right. Okay. That might be something interesting to find out in the future.
Yeah. And I appreciate your point about how to continue to build it into our system if it's effective, right? Like right now we're doing it at secondary, but we absolutely need to continue to look at that and how we can build it into our entire system.
Nope. Director Hayes.
Now, are any of these students that are in this program also, have they been referred to YAP program as well? Or is it one or the other?
It's not one or the other. They really are going to serve different purposes. So absolutely could be. It does not disqualify you from, if you're in one, from the other. You know, as an incident may arise, whether it's, man, we had something, and so let's see if we can't, we had two students that engaged in something, and it could be verbal. It doesn't always have to be physical. And so sometimes it is reactionary to prevent further things from happening. And either of those students could have already been referred to CAP or YAP. But because of this particular incident, we bring in some mediators to try and solve that one, regardless of what else is going on. So no, they are not mutually exclusive, if that was your question.
With this, when we bring them in for this mediation, do we also bring parents in with this as well?
Can happen, does not usually happen. But the parents are communicated with. Yeah, if she's willing to sit down, go ahead. That's kind of the part of when we're trying to facilitate the mediation. We call a parent and say, hey, just to let you know, there's this thing going on. We have this service. And so parents are not always brought into the actual mediation, especially in the secondary level, but are typically communicated with.
It just seems like from past experiences when we've dealt with situations that oftentimes the students are not sharing all the information with the parents. And if the parents, I feel, if the parents are in on those discussions and hear what's going on from both ends, that we may have better resolve with it.
That's good feedback. Thank you.
Actually, I want to expand on that a little bit. Sometimes I feel parents should probably come in because they're influencers too, right? I got 2 high schoolers. I know. Sometimes it's the parents that drive that. 5 out of 10 times. So I think that would be good. I mean, I understand we can only do so much and the students are more in our wheelhouse, but I do think that might be good if we're able to get the parents in there too to kind of diffuse that situation too, because it might be some family drama or something like that. I think I kept that pretty PG. Any other questions or information any of you would like to see? I imagine you're going to bring this to us at the next board meeting, and there's going to be a monetary value attached to it. She quit nodding her head now. I know. Always asking for money. All right. If there's nothing else, we'll move on to subject 12.03, high school computer lab furniture projects. Superintendent.
So a while back, we got some grant money to replace computers and monitors in our computer labs in each of our high schools. All of the furniture in those spaces has been worn out or in this quite age. So we thought now would be a good time to replace that furniture, kind of give the rooms an update with the new computer lab and new furniture. So we got 2 labs in each high school, and it would be paid through PEPL funds. So that's really the gist of it. Any questions?
Pretty much just to make the new computers look a little much nicer with new stuff in there.
Yep, it's just a good time to do it, and we can do it over spring break. So the kids will come back in, and it'll be a little fresh update for them.
It's probably the same stuff that was in there when I went to school.
I have no idea, but likely.
Is there any questions on that? Oh man, he wants to predict. Look out now, Josh. Here we go.
I just wanted to comment and kind of say thank you because I took Java last spring and the computer lab was well used, and so I think this will be very appreciated.
I appreciate the feedback.
Is there anyone else? Anyone else? Director Beck.
I know this isn't a huge project, but have we looked at, like, is there a certain brand of furniture that we have to buy, or are these estimates sort of?
We had multiple quotes for each one.
Okay.
Yep.
Is there anything else the board would need? I imagine this is going to come to us at the next board meeting.
Correct.
Right. Okay. All right. Next subject is 12.04. Adams and McKinley Cafe tables furniture replacement.
So at Adams and McKinley, these cafe tables that they currently have are tables with chairs. The chairs get slid in and out, and they become damaged over the years. They've exceeded their useful life. Many of the schools have gone to more of a stable chair or a chair that stays in place. You're not sliding it around. It can't be moved or used in other ways. So these are 2 schools we knew were needing the update. Adams quotes look like it's a little bit more, but it's a much larger space, so it gets more tables. Again, this will be paid through through PEPL funds, and it'd be a nice little update for the students to have in their lunchrooms.
Any questions? Is this stuff on like a cycle? Like every so many years we start, so we're not doing it all at once. You know what I mean? Hey, these are going to be outdated. Let's move on. What's the cycle?
I would love to tell you it's on a cycle, but in this case, I don't know that it's on a cycle. These 2 places have come through complaints and things, chairs breaking, tables needing repaired.
Right.
When we hear about it enough, it's like, all right, we need to do something about it. So that's kind of what these are.
I will totally support you on this if you can put together a cycle.
Got it. We might be able to do that.
Perfect. Director Kleindrum.
I like the fact the chairs don't move, because then you can't slide in a chair to sit by your buddy. I like the fact that it's not a bench seating and that you've got space between them so they aren't close enough to elbow and push and shove and that kind of thing. So I like the way these tables are laid out.
They work well in other places, so thank
As a person who's had lunchroom duty.
Any other questions or additional information? Landon, you're up.
So I do apologize. I probably should have asked this so this is kind of twofold, including 12.03 as well. All of these old materials, so I'm an environmentalist. I apologize. I'm really interested in recycling. So where are these older materials going? Is there a plan for them at all?
It depends if they're still useful. If they are damaged in a way that we feel like it's not safe for students or somewhere else, I don't think we're going to send them anywhere. We do get to dispose of them. If they're still useful, but let's say you update the paint color of a building and it doesn't match the current color, we can actually list it on a website, and we do sell those items to other school districts, things like that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions or additional information? All right, seeing none, I'll move on to subject 12.05, the West High School HVAC upgrades ESSER project.
Okay, so this is a little bigger project. So we would like to hire IMEG Engineering to do a HVAC upgrade for West High School. These funds that would be paying for it would be the ESSER funds. We'd be upgrading filters, airline systems, putting cooling in areas that don't currently have it. Probably some electrical upgrades involved in this project as well. I think they started looking at this project back in 2019. It ties in well with the project we have going with the gymnasium, wrestling room, and weight room. So they can probably share some contractors and use of people on that space, so it'll kind of be overlapping when it takes place. IMEG is one of the biggest engineering firms in the state of Iowa. They've been doing work with us for a long time, and they're also doing the other project for the gym, wrestling room, and weight room. Is there any other questions around that?
Director Poston.
I've already expressed my concerns to Josh as far as, again, not having a bid on this proposal, but after his explanation of this being involved, or this engineering firm being involved since 2019, and plus doing the West High Gymnasium, it makes sense to hire that firm. But again, I will emphasize that as much as possible, we need to get competitive bids on these projects.
Yep.
Go ahead, Director Poston.
And just when we're talking about the West High project, where are we at as far as the gymnasium? And do you have a projected?
We can't talk about that part. It's not on the agenda. We can talk about the HVAC part. That's what the agenda item's listed as, right?
Correct. We're just discussing the hiring of the engineering firm to do this project for the HVAC upgrade. The high school gym and weight room.
But IMEG is also doing the gymnasium.
They are correct.
So can I discuss it? Never mind. I'll talk to you after the meeting.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I'm sorry. I don't want to get some trouble. Director Hayes, and then I got Director Kleindro.
Josh, can you tell me when this work will start? When will they do it? I didn't see it on here.
It will likely take place over the following school year. So I think the completion would be like 2024 by the time this would all be done.
Okay.
I don't know the exact month at this time. We're a little early on.
Well, I
with
just
that,
didn't know if it would be in the summer or if it would be while school is in. Or
it will take a number of months just for design of this project. Do you want a further explanation from Brandon? He's here from IMEG if you'd like to.
that'd be fine.
Brandon's been working with our district for a number of years, so he knows this project very well and is working on both of them.
Yeah, we would start designing soon, but the actual construction would likely take place in 2024, like Josh mentioned. There's some work that could potentially start during the school year in mechanical room, electrical room, non-occupied classroom spaces. The bulk of the work would be anticipated to occur over the summer of 2024. It is a very large project, so we still, that's a very preliminary schedule. Part of the reason we're starting so early is because of lead time and industry issues, so that we can get it designed, out to bid, and allow for some of those longer lead time items that are out there right now.
Thank you.
Director Kleindro.
This is more directed to Kevin. I've seen the word ESSER come along a lot tonight. in the Friday update, it doesn't have to be this Friday, but in the next couple of weeks, give us a rundown of where we stand in ESSER, because we're funding a lot of projects through ESSER, including $8.5 to maybe $9 million here.
Yes, we will update that. We updated a month ago, last month, for the committee. We'll continue to update that and bring that to the committee.
Thank you.
My question along the lines of, I'm assuming it'll be like the blower, fans, ductwork, and things like that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Will the ductwork be lined? Meaning the insulation will be on the inside, or so it's blowing all over whenever the unit kicks on, or will it be on the outside?
Brandon, how do you typically design them?
It depends on the space and the district's preference. Typically, we would do lined when there's an acoustic concern. So in the majority of the spaces we're looking at, that isn't the case. A large area that this project will be impacted by is the industrial arts area, also gymnasium, locker room, pool, corridors. So those are spaces where you wouldn't necessarily need line duct work.
Yeah, I would highly recommend not line ductwork, because that fiberglass is just blowing in your face all the time when the unit's running. A lot of people don't realize that, but again, I'm probably the only one that works in construction here too that knows that, right? Okay. And I'm assuming you're going to bring this to us at the next meeting. Is that correct? Is there any other questions or anything anybody else needs for this? Go ahead.
So how long ago was the last HVAC update here at West?
I believe it was around 40 years ago.
Okay. So I'm a little biased representing North here. When would you maybe think that we'll start looking at updating the other high schools as well on their HVAC systems?
I can't answer that question perfectly, but there are discussions around North High School having some updates. I would call it the near future.
I think that's probably the best response I could get. Thank you.
Right. Well, now you know who the advocate's going to be to get it done. Any other questions? Oh, one last question, and I'm going to ask it right in front of the guy, but how many change orders has IMEG given us in the past? Is there like between, I know we keep talking about architects and things like that, but I would like to eventually start seeing, all right, we gave this person this job and then we got X number of change orders and things like that. You know what I mean? Because if we start going to when we're getting a bunch of them and then they give us a low ball bid and then we're going to get a bunch racked up in change orders. So I'd like a way to kind of, I don't know if you guys keep track of that, but it'd be nice to kind of grade that. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of that in a while and it's been kind of nice, but we haven't done a lot of projects in a while.
That's exactly what I was going to say. The limited time I've been here and what we've done for projects through this has been a pretty small amount. So we definitely will keep track of how many change orders we see on a spreadsheet or some kind.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Anything else? All right. We will move on to subject 12.06, board calendar for December 2022 to November 2023. And I'm going to turn it over to the board secretary, Brenda T, on this one, because this was totally her idea.
At the agenda committee last week, we talked about the board calendar. Each year, the board has to approve a calendar for the upcoming year. It always happens at the organizational meeting, which is coming up on November 28th. So I put together a board calendar that follows tradition almost identically. There were just a couple exceptions for the upcoming year. We avoided spring break, and the committee suggested we hold no committee of the whole in March, instead hold 2 regular meetings. And then last year, we held no committee of the whole in June because it almost without fail falls on the day after graduation, which is a rough day for the board anyway. And instead held 2 regular meetings so you could take care of business, hire people, and pay the bills twice in June. We did the same in July. Again, hiring was important during that time. And then in December, traditionally the board only holds a committee of the whole and 1 regular meeting. The holidays just really prevent any other calendar in December. Another option discussed by the agenda committee was to hold fewer committee of the whole meetings throughout the year, potentially meeting just 6 times a year or even just quarterly. So I put together just a few ideas on that. We, as Davenport, is one of the only districts who holds a monthly committee of the whole meeting. Many districts hold them as needed, quarterly, in more of a workshop type setting. So I didn't know what the pleasure of the board was, but I thought those options might be something to talk about. So that's kind of what you're seeing there.
Are there any comments or suggestions from the board? Director Beck.
I love some of these ideas. I would say I would be in favor of 6 CAL meetings per year. Currently, I believe we have 8, if I counted correctly. And I would be, I would be hesitant to do the as needed option because I feel like oftentimes things get put off if we don't have them regularly scheduled. And I think given our history, the Committee of the Whole has been a really useful platform for getting a lot of our data, getting reports on data from on our student achievement. So that would be my thought, is 6, no less than 6, and schedule them in advance.
Director Poston.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't the state come down on us as far as not having enough meetings?
It was not having long enough meetings. Okay. I think we passed our whole month quota tonight.
So if we go to 6 times per year for COW meetings, then how much will that cut our pay?
0.
Oh, okay.
Director Klein-Drome, you got any thoughts on this? This is the first time we've actually brought it for like a discussion and everything before voting on it. So
Brenda cross-referenced it with the Adams Theater, by the way.
That's good. Yeah, 6 times or quarterly, I'd be okay with. Because there are times I think we have a COW meeting just because it's on the agenda, but we really could have just slid it into a regular meeting, the discussion. So I'm good with either one.
Director Gordon.
I would prefer quarterly, but I would be okay with 6 items a year as well. I think when we can get more done in fewer sessions, that's good for everyone's calendar.
Director Hayes.
We keep saying 6, but there's 9 on this sample calendar here. There's one.
One of the examples she put 6 times.
Okay. With the long-range facility planning, I think we'll probably have them more for the next probably 6 months, and then what after that? We stop. I think it's just kind of until we get past that, we may need some. But I could go with 6 if the group does.
Oh, go ahead.
You can always have a special call meeting, right?
Yep. That was one of the things we talked about too. I am good with whatever the board wants to do. Generally, my kids' schools always like to schedule everything on Monday nights, so it gives me an extra Monday night to go to my kids' school stuff. So, however it works out. Yeah. He's so I believe the consensus is what she has with 6 Cal meetings. Okay. Brenda, you got your answer.
Okay, I will put together another draft and bring it back for approval at the organizational meeting, or give it to you guys for approval.
Okay. Thank you, Brenda. Bless you. Up next, we have board policies for board's first discussion. Sorry. Hold on. Next up is subject 12.07, changes to the board agenda structure. Brenda, you want to tee that one up too?
Yeah, I can. I was just looking at some ways to streamline board meetings, and I had talked about it with IASB staff, and then I went and did an audit of local districts, included Des Moines. I didn't do all UEN. And there were several things that you guys can do that are absolutely acceptable practices and common practices. IASB staff was fully on board. One was to simply move approval of bills over to the consent agenda. That was almost 100% done by neighboring districts and Des Moines. With a reminder, you can always pull something off the consent agenda if you want to talk about it. And then the other was to use all in favor voting instead of roll call for most motions. Again, that was very, very common in the audit of other boards. And that would just simply be typical motion discussion. But when President Gosa called for the vote, he would say, all in favor say aye. All opposed, same, signified by the same motion or vote. And then I would still record that. So if any one of you were to vote nay, I would record that vote. It's just maybe just a little bit quicker. So those were a couple things.
Director Kleindrum.
It says other significant votes. Who determines whether it's significant? And if it was going to be a roll call vote, could one of us say, we want a person vote?
What I understand from Luann at IASB is there is no true definition of what has to be a roll call vote. She liked these suggestions after any type of hearing, going into closed session. And what was the other one I put down? Expulsions, terminations, closed sessions, significant votes. I would say closing a school. But absolutely, as a board or as the board president, you can make any vote a roll call vote.
Any other comments? Okay, I'll do it this way. Director Klein Jerome already indicated she gave a thumbs up. She's good with making these changes. Director Postian? Director Postian's good. Director Beck?
I'm totally fine moving approval of bills to the consent agenda. The only thing I worry about with the all in favor vote is I currently run a committee that often has people on Zoom, and their votes are almost never registered because everybody's muted, and you say all in favor, say aye, and they don't either click in time or they just raise their hand or something like that. So I would caution that we make sure we count the people who are unable to be in person. So that's my only comment. otherwise, sure.
Director Hayes.
My question would be for a vote, if the person chose to abstain, would they at that point, rather
Do
than,
it during discussion.
okay, then I would be in favor of this.
And Brenda's looked into this too, but for an abstention, you actually have to give a reason why you're abstaining. You can't just say I'm abstaining. You gotta say I'm abstaining because, and you would do that during the discussion part. Director Gordon.
I'm fine with this.
Brenda's been trying to get this done for a while now, so. He's not on. All right. Now we can move on to subject 12.08, board policies for board's first discussion. Director Beck.
The policy committee has gone through all of these, and the vast majority we're either adopting the IASB template or only slightly modifying it to meet our needs. I don't have to read through all of them, do I? Can I just open the floor for any questions or comments? All right, are there any questions or comments? Director Gordon?
For policy 50207, the wording of it is a little confusing to me because it says, violation of this policy by students will result in disciplinary action, including suspension or expulsion. But then it goes on to say, may be reported to the local law enforcement, may be reported to law enforcement, may be required to complete a substance abuse or rehab, may be subject to discipline. So I guess it's really the last line and the first line. So it says you will result in disciplinary action, including suspension or expulsion. But then at the end of the paragraph, it says may be subject to discipline. So
I believe that the language is,
I guess that's,
can you tell
if
me?
they don't complete a program.
Yeah, which line are you looking at where it says may?
Well,
there it is. Okay. If you don't complete such a program, you may be subject to discipline, including suspension or expulsion. I believe this is one we adopted from the IASB template. And I'm going to hand it over to Superintendent Schneckloth.
Yes, it's a great question. So one of the things when we have this, we want to make sure that we're always giving our students an opportunity to improve or get better. And so the zero tolerance policies are ones that really back kids into a corner, kick kids out for things. What we really want to do is give ourselves options. So if you do something and do not do one of the following, then a disciplinary action will occur. If you do one of these things and you step into a program, you seek counseling, you do these things, and you successfully complete those things, then maybe that will be taken off, or your suspension or whatever it will be lightened. So those are the kinds of considerations for there. As building principals and administrators, and teachers, anybody, we really like the opportunity for students to come back. You know, we are constantly held to the standard of that wouldn't get away with that in X, Y, or Z. Well, that we have counselors and social workers and people to give supports to. It's for the students that just refuse to access those things that's what that statement leads to. Your concerns about, well, then that leads into an equity issue. And that's why we have our equity process. So I feel like I've been discriminated against by my race, creed. So that's why we're pushing that stuff out. But that's a very valid concern. And that's why I believe it's written that way.
Okay, so then just to clarify further, a rehabilitation program or substance abuse assistance is considered disciplinary action.
So part of a disciplinary action may be you're required to enter into one of those things. It can be a safety plan, an agreement, those kinds of things. So yes, I would say it's a part of a disciplinary action, a plan for betterment of that student and family.
Okay.
So I would say that violation of this policy by students will result in disciplinary action. And it may say, instead of including, it should say up to and including suspension or expulsion for clarity, right? Because it's not always suspension or expulsion. And I would say the reason that the next two sentences are may be reported to local law enforcement, they're not necessarily criminal acts, and so they're not going to be reported to local law enforcement, without review. And we certainly don't want them automatically reported to at least I wouldn't automatically report them to local law enforcement.
Okay, thanks. If nobody else has questions about that one, I do have another policy question.
Yeah, Brenda, did you get the up to and including? Okay.
Okay, then policy 502.10. There's a sentence in this one that's worded kind of weird. I think to me it indicates that students can only drive or park their vehicle at their school or district facility for extracurricular activities and not for a regular day of school. Just the way it's worded, it says students who drive to and park at their school attendance center shall only drive to and park at their designated attendance center or district facility for the purpose of attending extracurricular activities.
Okay, so they should be able to do that. Yeah,
During
students who
the
drive
school
and
day
park
as well.
shall only drive and park or district facility for the purpose of attending school or extracurricular activities.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you for catching that. We had how many eyes on that? Didn't catch that one. And note, we also did change the title to student use of motor vehicles because it was called use of motor vehicles, which was super confusing at first. But all right, anything else? Anyone else? Director Poston?
Going back to 502.07, so where does vaping, does that fall under tobacco or?
Yes.
Okay.
Tobacco or tobacco products or cigarettes or drugs. Anyone else? All right, we will see these for second discussion next time.
Everyone good with rolling through to get through this last item? If no one needs a break? Okay. All right, we'll move on to subject 12.09, long-range facilities planning timeline update. I'll turn it over to Superintendent.
Thank you very much, and I would ask that Josh and Kevin and any other cabinet members feel free to jump in here tonight. So I would like to start with the description of our timeline. Our long-range facility committee thought it would be best to kind of put this in a timeline format. So phase one is which is where we at, is we need to close existing elementary buildings as identified under the master plan pathway. 3 buildings to be closed: Buchanan Elementary, Monroe Elementary, and Washington Elementary. Under this first phase, no construction is necessary to accommodate students at our buildings. And this plan takes advantage of existing available capacity within elementary buildings. Students to be distributed to existing adjacent buildings. Buchanan would feed Fillmore, Harrison, and Truman. Monroe would feed Hayes, Jefferson, and Wilson. And Washington would feed Garfield, Madison, and McKinley. And consider additional project after the completion of the initial steps. The pathways of elementary transition to middle school were also going to be improved. The goals of our phase 2 consideration and beyond, and these are things that we repetitively heard from the community and from members from our long-range facility committee meeting. We need to change the organization and pathway experience in our district at all levels. As you could see in the beginning, our pathways were very mixed in between. We need to improve the middle school facilities within our district. We need to improve the operational efficiency inside of our district. We need to improve access to academics, arts, and the athletics. We need to re-envision the service model at the middle school level. This over and over and over again came back as the feedback for what are the next steps for Davenport. We need to consider high school and elementary improvements. We need to enhance the educational adequacy of the buildings in the district. So when you go and look at the preliminary timelines, they're laid out in that format. So if you look in those first phase one, step two, phase two, the board will make its decision here in December. The elementary school attendance boundaries will begin to be adjusted, and we've already begun to work on that. The student staff transition plan would begin, and Jamie is beginning to gather those numbers and what does that look like compared to our capacity. So that work has already begun. Phase one, step two would be the closure of Buchanan, Monroe, and Washington elementary schools, and those would take place immediately after the board's vote, which is tentatively placed right now at the regular meeting in December. One of the things that we immediately have to do is the district has to renew its SAVE funding for the infrastructure needs, and that's going to come in the form of a revenue purpose statement and a renewal of a vote, which does not increase our taxes, just allows us to continue operating the way that we're operating. I said that right, Kevin? Thank you. So that phase is very important. So inside of phase three, if you look, that starts very soon in the upcoming year, because in order for us to make the necessary adjustments, we have to make changes to our junior highs in the future and allow for space, better opportunities, and allow for that middle school model. So here's the timeline that's laid out in front of us. There are tentative next phases, which phase 4 and phase 5 you can see, where we would do additional school closures if necessary, where the board would begin to look at that in 2024 and the end of 2024 and move into 2025. And then following that, hopefully with the infrastructure improvements that we've had, the movement that we've shown towards the plan, doing as President Goza says, create the plan and work the plan. We would then be able to go out and revisit what does that potential August 2024 bond referendum look like. So there's our first initial steps in coming out of our survey results. Josh or Kevin or rest of cabinet, do you have anything to add to that?
I know on the phase one initial considerations on there was schools named to exactly where those students will go from each school. And I want to make sure that everybody knows that could be tweaked in some way, shape, or form a little bit. We're still working on those boundaries just a little bit. So we really got to look at a lot of different things when you look at each school and making sure that it fits. So those are tentative names on there that could change just a little bit.
At this time, we would take any questions or considerations to move forward.
Director Poston.
When I do the math, as far as, and I realize you may be changing, some of the boundaries in that, but the students at Monroe would fit in Wilson, Hayes, and Jefferson. But when you look at the students that are at Buchanan, there's no way they're going to fit in Truman, Harrison, and Fillmore. And likewise, the number of students that are in Washington will not fit in Garfield, Madison, and McKinley. So I'd just like an explanation of how we're going to do that and not overcrowd our buildings.
According to the study that Bray has for us, we actually hit the lower end to the middle end of the capacity of each one of those buildings with these building closures. Is that accurate, Josh?
Yeah. Did you look at the capacity study? Is that what you're going off of with the numbers? Because there's a minimum, a min-max, then there's a max capacity, basically. So a lot of these were falling on the minimum side of that capacity range when we were looking at them. And
that's what I was looking at the minimum capacity, because the way I look at it, why risk overcrowding these buildings if we're talking about having enough room for our interventionists and things like that? To me, it looks like it's going to be tight. Now I have a follow-up question to that too. I don't understand why we're not moving our sixth graders to the junior high, even as soon as this fall. And that would open up the space in the elementaries. I mean, there's got to be all kinds of extra space in the intermediate schools at this time, correct?
There is some space. I think there's some planning that needs to be done before that takes place so that it can be a smooth transition. There are things like the Creative Arts Academy at Sudlow may need some adjustment, things like that. There's more to it probably on the curriculum side than on my side of things, just saying we're going to move bodies into another building. But I think that's the main reason. Just more timeline for planning.
I mean, how did we transition sixth grade into elementary? And now we turn around and we can't transition them back into the intermediate buildings?
We absolutely have the space for it. The 100% have the space for it. That's not the question. In the intermediates, they were just there a handful of years ago. What the overwhelming feedback that we got is if you're going to go with the K5, 6, 8 model, it cannot be what we just came from. So the response to that would be re-envision what does a true middle school concept look like. And that comes with resources, curriculum, and that takes time. So I would say the answer to your question, we 100% could turn around, put the sixth graders back, alleviate the space, and we would be right back in the spot where we were when we thought we needed to move them out of there. So the level of planning that it would take, and you saw some of the resources that are being utilized here at the heavy lift for our elementary math. We have elementary reading coming up. We have all kinds of initiatives that are going to cause us some fatigue. Giving a little bit of time to do that and utilizing the resources that we have is a potential option. And if the board chooses to do that, that goes against the recommendation of the long range. And I know we have to do some of that sometimes. The long range facility committee gave the school board two options, and it was crystal clear that if the K5, 6, 8 is adopted, it cannot be like it was before. And my biggest concern with moving the students quickly back, what we can determine what quickly is that it wouldn't be different. And when I say different, the true middle school concept, and that has been around for a while. So it's not like we're inventing something brand new. So that's my return to that, Director Poston.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is when the students were moved, the sixth graders were moved to elementary, that was more of a financial reason.
I can take that. I think yes and no, because I think that I'm trying to think of how I can word this and not get myself in trouble. I believe that someone was wanting to close a junior high, and that's why we kind of went that direction.
Well, I mean, my thought is that they weren't moved from intermediate to the elementary because of student achievement. I mean, there was other things in play. But going back to the elementaries, okay, we're closing 3 elementary schools, okay? So the last thing I want to see happen is that we're too restricted in these buildings, we're too tight, we don't have enough room, and there we sit with intermediate schools with all kinds of room. To me, that just doesn't make sense. I get where you're coming from, Superintendent Schneekloth, as far as just going back to what we had before, 6, 7, 8. But I think in this transition phase, we need to make the best use of the buildings we have after these 3 buildings are closed, and then reevaluate after that. But I do not want to see these elementaries so tight that we don't have enough room in there. To me, it just doesn't make sense. How can you close 3 elementaries and still retain the 6th graders in the elementary and leave the intermediates sit there with only 7th and 8th grade.
All right, Director Gordon, Klein, Jerome, and then back.
Kind of to follow up on that, I have a similar concern, mostly because I keep hearing from elementary school staff saying, how are we going to fit more in our buildings when we're already having to share rooms? What about the SPED kids? Is anyone really thinking about the SPED kids? And I've tried to say, you know, based on all the data that we've received, yes, those flex spaces are intended as SPED rooms or as reading intervention rooms or whatever they need to be, tier 3 rooms, whatever. However, when you bring that many more students into a building, those spaces that are already cramped and crowded are going to be, I mean, more so. It's getting late. You know how I get with my words when it gets late. Can't make them. I just have concerns about, because there are a lot of those interventionists and stuff that are making do with very small, tight spaces and having to share spaces with other people. And I do have concerns about that as we bring more people into the buildings.
Director Klein, Jerome.
When we moved 6th graders to junior high and we made it middle school, but we didn't make everybody a middle school, and there is a difference between a middle school and an intermediate and a junior high. So I think we need to decide, are we looking at middle school? Are we looking at junior high? And also, some of our biggest behavior problems came in the junior high when 6th graders were there. They were in the news all the time. That's where we heard about our discipline problems. So my concern is, if we move those 6th graders back without a good plan, are they going to be front page headlines again because it's all going to start over again? So I do think we need to, I don't want to see us wait 2.5 years, but I don't think it's unreasonable to wait 1.5 years. We need to get it right. You just can't dump those kids in there. And this coming from someone who has taught junior high and elementary and high school, so I get it. My question about, before I vote on this in December, the movement of Buchanan to Fillmore, Harrison, and Truman. I can't wrap my head around that, because you're just going down the road further and further. I just am troubled by that one. The rest of them are kind of in the middle, and you're sending them in north, east, west. And I also realize that decisions were made prior to most of us being here, is we didn't put money into Buchanan. We put it in Truman, we put it in Fillmore, we put it in Harrison. And so it's like a board before us made a decision that we have no control over now. If we keep Buchanan open, there's a lot that needs to be done that's already been done to these other buildings. So I feel like I'm forced into a situation that I did not create, but I don't like the path of where we're sending them. If you're living around Buchanan, going all the way to Harrison, that seems like a very long way. Although I was a Harrison student, and when they opened Buchanan, they bused me to Buchanan. So I get that too, but we need to do better than that. Right. Before I vote, I really want to know where they're going. And don't hand it to me the Friday before I have to vote on Monday. I want to know ahead of time where the plan is for these 3 buildings to go.
Thank you for that. Director Beck.
Yeah, that's actually those 2 things, the 6th grade and the boundaries, or moving students out of these elementary schools. I heard that a lot of the students at Washington walk. There's not really any busing, but some of the other schools that are to be closed already bus students. So I want to know that we're making the right decision to close the right buildings before we vote on it, and that it wouldn't make more sense to close a different building and right before we do this. But I'm fine. The plan is the plan. I guess it kind of piggybacks along what Director Klein-Jerome was saying. The other thing I want to know is what the boundaries are, because right now we're planning to move the students into, 3 existing elementary schools, or 3 schools that will stay open, but we have more elementary schools than that. And so why are we redrawing all the boundaries? Are we basically redistricting the district and taking advantage of all the spaces that we have? Or are we only redistricting those?
That's why I mentioned earlier that those direct schools listed behind each school may be different than what's on that sheet.
Okay.
We're working on that.
Okay.
Daily.
Yeah, because really, this is a district plan, and so we can't just leave, seats hanging over here when we're overstuffing seats here. So we need to make sure we're being efficient about how we move students around, but also we don't want to have to move them again. And so I echo the sentiment that Director Klein-Jerome had of putting, moving with some urgency to get the 6th grade back out of the elementary school. But I understand that we need to make sure it's not just a repeat of what we have done before. But I would like to make sure that, or try and move that along sooner than later.
Director Hayes.
I think more information that I would need is right there at Buchanan. There's like a apartment complex, and all of those students, I have concerns about where would they, with the boundaries also, and the busing to where they could walk literally out their back door and be at school to go. Truman would be a little bit closer, but Fillmore, that's quite a ways from where they are now. And I'm wondering what impact would that have on our busing to get them there, and even families, because I don't know the statistics, but it seems like transportation out there would be an issue. I don't know a lot of buses that go out that way, so that's something that needs to be considered.
So right now, we have different versions of the boundaries that we change, and each time we take it to the bus lot, and they can calculate exactly how many bus routes it should be. Well, I'll say a pretty close estimate of how many bus routes that it will take. And so we are looking at that and comparing that to savings as we speak. Fair, is that a fair statement, John?
Yeah, and we're looking at other things like, would this area benefit from there being a bus route in the area as well? Because there's maybe some kids that wouldn't walk 1.5 miles, but if a bus stopped there and took them to a school, they might do that. So we're talking about all of those things like that.
So we're also now looking at increasing bus routes. I thought our bus routes would not increase.
There may be a potential of bus routes increasing.
Okay.
Real quick, I just have a clarifying question, and then I'll move on to the other board members. Who is calculating the bus routes? Is that our employee or the bus company employee? Because I don't. Okay, thank you. I don't put a lot of stock in that. Otherwise.
Yeah, our router does that, and
okay,
she lives here and she knows this district like the back of her hand.
Perfect. Thank you for that.
Yep.
I think I got Director Beck and then Director Poston.
Yeah, along with the bus routes, I think one thing that we do want to make sure we don't forget is that particularly in the schools that need this extra work, and the reason why we're closing them is that those are a lot of the students whose parents have transportation issues and also have other issues that may prevent them from getting to school in a timely manner. And I don't want to see us putting up barriers where there shouldn't be barriers, if that makes sense. So.
Director Poston?
I agree with Director Klein-Jerome. When we talk about Buchanan, Buchanan, it's not a new building by any means, but it's a lot newer than a lot of buildings in the district. That concerns me. I was in there about a month ago, and to me, it looked in relatively good shape. I don't know what the roof is like and that sort of thing. And like Karen said, we're shifting those kids over to Truman, Harrison, Fillmore, and yet, would it make more sense to be splitting them and going, the other direction? But if we're looking at strictly at the building as far as what kind of shape it is, I guess that does make sense. But I'm still going back to my figures, and there's 364 students in Buchanan, and Truman, Harrison, and Fillmore have 136 openings. So I can't figure out how that's going to work.
I'll make sure to get the numbers that our architects are working off of, because they're well within range is what is being reported to us. And I've got an action down for myself, is that we need to begin to plot out what it would look like. Jamie has the number of staff members that it would take. Courtney's beginning to look at the special education, interventionist, Title I, all those things. So we're beginning to look at what that looks like. So that's a next step that I've heard, is now it's time to get into the weeds with some of that stuff. So that's a next step that I have. I believe that the numbers that you are operating off of are the lowest part of a range that our architects are saying you can go up to here. So,
but you got to think about allowing enough room for your reading interventionist, your special ed kids and classrooms. So I don't want to see it be tight. A question to Josh: when you compare a Buchanan building and a Truman building, is there a big difference in as far as the shape they're in?
I mean, probably. I can't tell you exactly what the difference is. I know Truman's had millions of dollars in updates done to it. I believe Buchanan's had 500,000-ish done to it in recent years. So that those numbers are quite dramatically different. Some of the HVAC at Truman's been upgraded, whereas I don't believe Buchanan has. So those costs of each one of those pieces of equipment, I don't know what they are off the top of my head, but some of that stuff would have to be done.
Sorry.
I was just going to say there is a separate gym cafeteria component. So to add a gym or cafeteria on the Buchanan would have to be considered in that conversation as well.
Truman and Fillmore, I believe, are the two most recently completely inside remodeled buildings, and they did complete inside remodels of them. I believe, Joe, I'm looking at you back there. Is that accurate, Joe? That's accurate. Okay.
Truman also had geothermal and everything done too, right? So it's cheaper to run.
We have a number of buildings with that.
Yeah. I mean, out of comparison of the two.
It should be, yes. It should be cheaper to run it.
Yeah. Director Klein-Jerome.
And this comes from being one of the older people in the district, having gone through these schools, both as a student and a teacher. I taught at Fillmore when boundary changes were going to go on. And if the Americana Park, Goose Creek area, went to McKinley, and the shift was going to be to Harrison and Fillmore. Long story short, the parents of McKinley said, don't take these kids out of our school. We have made arrangements for fun night. We send a bus out there, bring them in. For all of these activities, they really reached out to that community and brought them to the school. I would hate to see Buchanan, Monroe, and Washington get put into buildings and people just think, well, you're just one of our buildings now, because they aren't to start with. And that, maybe we're going to have to spend a little more on transportation to, go to the Buchanan area to take the kids to wherever their fun night is, or parent-teacher conferences or something. We can't just assume, just put them in, they'll be fine. Yes, they'll be fine, but we're going to have to do more. And so I always think of that, I thought, wow, those parents really, fought for that community and set up things to make it successful for them to go to McKinley. And we need to make sure whoever are getting these students also make some accommodations, knowing they don't have the transportation, maybe not even the parental involvement. They need to look at this differently too.
You got anything? Nothing, huh? All right. Nope. Superintendent, go right ahead.
Yep, I'm fine. This is a critical spot where we are, and I really appreciate the conversation of getting it right. And there's no perfect answer. I mean, we talk about this neighborhood and their bus and they should walk. Well, if it's not this one, it's the next one. And then it's that neighborhood and so we're going to do everything we can to get, these are all great considerations. It's time to start getting down in. What do the boundaries look like? And the boundaries are going to be really important for this board to vote to move forward. The apartment complex at Buchanan, where would that go? I heard that. Room for intervention special education is tier 1. What are the impacts there? And what does the student transportation potentially look like for either extended activities? And what does a student transition plan? Was that what you would call that? Kind of a welcoming, kind of a creating community look like in each one of the schools? Okay.
Director Posture.
I think another thing we got to keep in mind too is when you add up these numbers from closing 3 elementaries, we don't even come close to the number of open spaces we have in the district. So I mean, we're not done here with the 3 buildings. It's something major is going to have to change. So we're probably only a third of the way there.
Anybody else? I love going last. Everybody already said everything I wanted to say. For me, I would like to see the potential boundary maps along with, and I know we got it somewhere, the population study that I'm trying to remember the group that did it for us, where what was that called, where everybody lives, because that's how we kind of figured out people are more trending to the west.
Yep.
Demographics, there you go. The demographers. I would like to see that as well to kind of coincide with that. And also, I mean, obviously some of the kids from Buchanan area could probably go to Walcott or something like that. So, I mean, if you guys had that done in your boundary, this whole thing sucks that people have kicked it down the road for so long and now we have to do it, but it needs to be done. But we have the potential to set the district on the right trajectory to make sure that we're hitting all of the buildings and making sure we're setting the plan with the phases and everything like that to get the district where it should have been. I mean, it's a heavier lift now because it's been kicked down the road for so long. And I was actually in 5th grade when they moved the 6th graders to junior high, so it was the year before me. And yes, Director Klein Jerome did teach at Fillmore when I went there. That's why she mentioned it. She wanted me to say that. But the worst part about this whole thing, it pits every school against each other. My school's better than your school. My neighborhood's better than your neighborhood. This is the bad neighborhood. This is why. I mean, we've heard people come and specifically point things out like that, and it's terrible. It just pits everybody against everybody, and it's going to be a hard thing, you know, but we're going to have to do what we need to do to get it right and take all those things into account. You know, and it might cost us more on busing and stuff. And I really appreciated Director Klein-Jerome's perspective on the sixth graders. And just because we did things the way we did before, clearly they didn't work, because that's why we're where we are now, right? And we do have to make sure that when we're doing these things, we're doing it and we got the right supports in place to do it and implement it. And stuff like that. And I feel so bad for all of you, because you get charged with doing this. I mean, we can sit here and say we want all of this, but you all have to put that work in to get that done. But granted, you all get paid for it, and we're telling you this, and I mean, we're getting paid overtime tonight. We've been here for quite a while, but yeah, it's a terrible spot to be in, but we have to do it to get it done, because we need to get to the point where we're not spending so much money on overhead that we're able to implement, you know, programs that directly affect the kids and stuff like that. And where if we can cost save and do things like that, I mean, like your geothermal and solar panels, that actually can save our general fund money to where we're able to afford to do certain things. And that, so it's going to be a hard deal and hard process to get through. But I mean, once we have the phases out, I think that's going to help a lot. And having these conversations like this, it lets everyone know where everyone stands and kind of what they're looking for, and making sure we are getting, you know, all the input needed. I greatly appreciate, you know, the community giving the feedback on the survey and things like that, because it helps us, you know, because then anyone who says that they weren't a part of it, then they didn't fill out that survey, and that's on them. I can't do nothing about that. I mean, I was very disappointed that we only got like 11% back, but they did tell us going into that, and I really thought we'd have way more than that. But you know, it's nice for the people that do get involved to kind of help us out with this, so you know it's not just on us, and we're taking that feedback and all of that. And I believe now you kind of have your marching orders and all your things in. Does anyone have anything else as far as information, anything else you'd like to see? I imagine we're going to have like another meeting before you bring, on this. Okay.
At every meeting, if not special call sessions.
Okay. And I think every director's kind of stated some things they wanted to see. So again, it's been a great discussion and everything like that. If you all don't have anything else onto this, I will move on to the administrative reports.
None at this time.
Board requests. Any other board requests? All right, we have a board request. Name of board member Allison Beck. Date of request November 19, 2022. Item requested, please circle below. It's a request for information. Description of request. I would like to know the financial feasibility of bringing all DCSD hourly salary to a minimum of $15 an hour or bonuses of some sort. Why are you making this request? Although it is part of a contract negotiations, one way to show respect for our staff, B, fill and retain positions, is to pay people what they feel they are worth to the extent possible. When would you like this? As soon as feasible. Is there a second? All right. Is there any other board requests? All right. We will move on to board reflections. We will start with Director Gordon.
I was really impressed with both of our presentations tonight. I'm really excited about the registered apprenticeships for the teachers and paras and how successful that seems to be so far. The math one was good too. And I was glad to hear the other teacher that spoke during open forum regarding that as well, get a couple different perspectives.
Thank you, Director Hayes.
I really enjoyed the discussion with the long-range facility planning timeline and the discussion we had. I feel that we talked about a lot of things, but we kind of delve in a little deeper tonight. And I saw Superintendent Sneckloff doing a lot of writing, so it was a very good conversation with that, and the presentations were good as well.
Thank you, Director Kleindrum.
The apprenticeship program fills a need that we definitely have. I really did appreciate the teacher from SMART coming in, because what we're always going to be presented is the positive of it, and it's not always that way. So it's nice to hear somebody else out there. I also, and I appreciate that Fillmore brought 2 teachers, because being in the classroom makes a whole lot of difference than the innovators side of it. So when that happens, I would like to see more teachers here, because they're the ones that are doing the heavy lift on all of these things.
Director Poston.
Yeah, I'm excited about the apprenticeship program, and I agree with Karen as far as having the teachers here from Fillmore. That means so much when you get the feedback from the teachers, the ones that are actually implementing the plan in the classroom.
Thank you. I missed thanking Director Kleindrum. Thank you, Director Poston and Director Beck.
Yeah, I think the apprenticeship program is super exciting. That's, we've had various success with grow your own programs, but the funding always seems to run out. So that's one concern, but I love the fact that this is backed by the state. So it's not just an us thing. I appreciate the fact that we're collaborating with other groups on that, other districts on that. And I also really appreciated the math curriculum presentation, and echoing what everyone else said, the teachers, hearing from the teachers, and actually there was one coach as well, means a lot. Not that I discount what the innovators say, but it's nice to know from the boots on the ground. And I especially appreciated the teacher who came to open forum and gave us another perspective. So, but a lot of effort has gone into running these field tests, and I think that's really a good thing. Rather than just adopting a curriculum wholeheartedly, we're testing things first, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. Landon, you're up.
First off, the presentations, I was very glad to get to witness. Over the summer, I was privileged to serve with Green Iowa AmeriCorps and their Sustainable Schools branch. And so I actually got to work here in the ASC building. And so I, time to time, I would share an office with Allie, and I would hear about the things that they were doing with grant writing. And so I just want to personally vie for them and assure the community that it's super cool what they do, and they're absolute powerhouses and very inspiring. I also want to say, again, being a math nerd, I'm very glad about the HMH project, and I personally vie for that. And I just want to conclude by saying I'm glad to be here and to offer a student's perspective and to represent my school, and I will continue to do so.
Thank you. Thanks for staying the whole night, too. All right, Superintendent Schneckler.
The apprenticeship program, one of the things that wasn't mentioned is that it is actually attracting minority candidates. The candidates in the program match our student population percentage-wise. that's super powerful. That's why we listed the goal down. It's working.
Thank you. Everyone else kind of hit the other stuff, but I really appreciate the HMH, is that what it was? HMH, the math program. I really liked the fact that when something got brought to us, there was supports built into that program. So I thought that was kind of awesome, and I hope we're able to implement that. I mean, I know we got to vote on all of that, but I thought it was a pretty neat program, and I did appreciate hearing from them. And Fillmore did bring 3 teachers because that innovator is a teacher also. She was actually one of my kids' teachers, Miss Kimmel. I think it was Alex's 5th grade teacher. But right.
She's
What?
teaching at Williams.
Yeah.
Or was. Yeah, she was teaching at Williams. That's where you heard her say she was doing this at Williams.
But I always love when Fillmore comes because I am a flyer, and all of my kids are too. So, with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Meeting adjourned.